The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitching. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes to buy from other men? This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings from the Mile High Income City. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I am your host, Chan Kruma. I'm joined with my other host, Lady Che, behind me. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, who is the founder and producer of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I am the co-executive producer and co-host of. And we might have some guests tonight. We will see. But on tonight's show, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing is tangibles. This is the year and the decade of tangibles. So as we started this show off in season 1, we're going to continue it on in season 3, going on into season 4. And that's by demanding tangibles, something tangible for our vote. So the days are over of the Democrats or the Republicans, but mainly the Democrats, taking the Black vote for granted. The Black vote is for sale to the highest bidder, and we are demanding something tangible for our vote all the way up to 2,100. So as we stated when we first started this show, almost 4 years ago, demand something tangible for your vote all the way up to 2,100. It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. CIP to Nipsey Hussle. And we mean that. And now the Democrats are saying that fat meat is greasy, and we're not playing with them. So we're going to get into that. And then we got POTUS, y'all president, Jim Crow Biden, is having these little meetings trying to get the black support. And he was at a event at a church, and the guys, the protesters, showed up on them and crashed that. So we're going to get into that. So it says, President of the United States, Jim Crow Biden, protested during church speech, but not by Black folks. Then we got Jimbo Jangles Clyburn said Biden did help the Black community. Where Jimbo Jangles of South Carolina, where he helped the Black community. We haven't seen nothing tangible for the Black community the whole almost 4 years he's been in office. So no. Then we got Bacclash and Booze. President Biden's controversial swing state visit in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania ain't feeling them good. And then we got black voters shocked the Democrats by wanting Trump back in office. So now the same people that were saying anybody but Trump in 2020 are now saying they want the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear to be the president. These people are tripping. Then we got our people are a trip. Cameron says he'd rather be called Black American instead of African American. And you damn skip yes. Africans don't like us, especially the ones that come over here. They definitely don't like us. Then we got virtual buzz. Rumors of shadow aliens emerge at a Bayside marketplace in Miami. And last, certainly not least, we got the Tunnelgate in New York City. No one compiled. So they done found a tunnel in New York City. A bunch of kids were being warehoused to that. God knows what was being done to them, and by these priests, these short hat priests, that's in these damn tunnels with these kids, abducting these kids and had them in these tunnels, and that just got exposed. So, like Cal Williams said, 2024 is gonna be the year that all this stuff, the truth is revealed. So. Here on Frontline Black News, Frontline Campaign, the Revolutionary Agenda, Shabbat Black Experience Enhanced, we're definitely going to give you that truth, that work, and that smoke for those that are proprietors of racism and white supremacy and want to keep it in full effect, pressing people that look like me and Lady Che and others, all black, light or dark, globally. Because it's a global system. It's not just the United States. It's all over the world. But here in the United States, these Democrats and these Republicans are desperate, especially the Democrats. So we're going to cover all of that. Thank y'all for tuning in. I don't know where our West Coast correspondent is. He's usually here. The show must go on. So I'm going to start it off as we usually do with the tangibles. So yeah, it's the year and a decade of tangibles, Black family. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote. All the way up to 2100. My computer, what is wrong with you? I'm sorry, I'm on Lady Che's computer and it be doing the most. I can't pull up certain stuff because it wants to act really silly. Bear with me, Black family. What the hell? Why does it keep trying to close it out? I guess I got too many windows open. Let's go back to the windows open. What's your computer? Like most this keyboard is just acting really weird, y'all. Can't pull up what I'm trying to pull up. This. What the hell I just did too? Type nothing. You know, I'm trying to open the screen. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Sorry, viewers, I'm having technical difficulties pulling up this damn link. This damn computer keyboard decides it doesn't want to work at the last minute. So please bear with me. Thank y'all for tapping in to Frontline Black News, Season 3, Episode 41, Part 2. I'm solo dolo tonight. Damn computer, huh? It's not letting me type. What the hell? Really overly sensitive. This on the Chase side, because for some reason on my side, it's always giving us trouble with StreamYard, freezing up and all that dumb shit. That's something wrong with that. The keyboard don't want to work. The keyboard is broken. I don't know how shit don't want to work. Okay, now it's working. So first down, intangibles 2020. So everything is the same minus the year. Everything else remains the same. So instead of 2020, it's 2024. So hashtag tangibles 2024 all the way up to 2100. Demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. So the 2024 presidential elections are coming up in November. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, people of color, etc., BIPOC, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning the 2024 election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups often assisting the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag tangibles2020. And since it's 2024, it's tangibles 2024 all the way up to 2100. Black family continue to demand something tangible for your vote. The days are over of the Democrats mainly fear-mongering us into voting blue no matter who. And anybody but so-and-so nonsense. No, them days are over. You're not going to be able to fear-monger us into getting the Black vote. You're not going to be able to use these symbolic gestures to get the Black vote. You got to do something tangible. And we're talking about something tangible, something real, something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel, touch with your own hand, tangible for our vote. Otherwise, you're not going to get our vote. And the Democrats can continue to lose starting in 2024 all the way up to 2100 every election. So we don't care. We've been saying for the longest, since before even Mile High News, that you pulled the cord out. Sorry, y'all. Lady Che on the mouse over. No, you pulled the cord out. I can't just leave the machine on. You're not paying attention to nothing you're doing. Okay, so yeah, continue to man something tangible for you, bro. All right, do you have anything to say about the tangibles, Lady Che? I have to move it closer. Like, it's literally in a walkway. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, you're playing with okay. This nigga blowing heat. Oh, it's very cold where we're at. It's like 6 below right now. What is the temperature where you're at? It's 6 below right now in Denver, Colorado. So we're definitely in the icebox right now. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna continue to man something tangible. I don't know why our West Coast correspondent isn't up here. Yes, it does matter. You can come up here now. That's the topic. We're on tangibles. Do you have anything to say about the tangibles? Okay, if I could hear Lady Che, she said, hold your vote like you hold your Johnson. Demand something tangible. They already starting with the fear mongering already. We're gonna showcase that for y'all to see. It's about to get real active in 2024 with these Democratic shields, and they all about to be without a job because we're about to put them all out of business. We have to decentivize coonery and buffoonery. Just blind allegiance to this one party that does nothing specifically for us, goes out of their way to do nothing specifically for us, taking whole other people from whole other countries and prioritize them over us. There's our West Coast correspondent. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income City.
Hey, greetings from Sin City, man. It's cold out here, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's not below.
As it is here.
Yeah,
it's below right now.
Yeah, and it's not below freezing here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there we go. Okay. And so, therefore, too, is that the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department is retiring. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, his name is Michael Moore. And then keep in mind that Karen Bass will not be involved in the selection of it. Just putting it out there. The U.S. Supreme Court, they threw out the case against the dump as inhuman shit. So, which means that bastard will be able to run for president.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was just researching, a few items, man, to add to the itinerary tonight. And this room is disarray. And then this place where I'm at, I just threw like about $50 on the wall to buy their Wi-Fi, right? It ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. So, but at least I'm gonna be using it on other stuff right there, so I don't burn up all the data on the hotspot that I got on this phone, and you know the number to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm going to be bouncing back and forth between the two, and then of course I got to remember to turn it off every time that we do it.
Yeah.
And so how am I sounding?
You're sounding clear on my end.
Okay. So because I was thinking about putting that headset on, not the headset, but you know what do they call that? The damn Bluetooth, yeah. Let's
Oh, you
say because
sound good with whatever you did right now. It sounds really clear.
okay, yeah, this here is on a hand headset, the one with the wire in it that I got plugged into the computer. You
Oh yeah,
know.
it's perfect. That's perfect for the stream yard. No,
Okay, so I'm gonna try to share it to the like page.
okay. So we're on the
Uh,
tangibles. So we just finished up with the
right.
tangibles. What are your thoughts on the tangibles? All the way up to
Oh,
20.
absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll do the tangibles. You know what I'm saying? And we need something specifically for us. You see what I'm saying? And then this ain't no handout. You know, this here reparations, as in repair. You know what I'm saying?
That means you have done and continue to do.
Exactly. You know, and I see. You know, they won't let me share this.
Why?
Okay. I don't know.
It
I
should say
don't.
share to your audience.
Yeah. Okay. It's because wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, I got. Yeah, I got streamed this to your audience.
Yeah, you want to hit that.
Okay. And
Like,
then another window popped open, and it says Microsoft Edge tab. Okay. Window. Okay, but the share won't come on. The share is skewed.
you might have to do it on Chrome.
Okay, and I think I am on Chrome, but no, I'm on StreamYard now.
No, you just said you were on Explorer.
Let's see, Microsoft Explorer. Yeah, yeah, it ain't let me do it.
Yeah, that's not
Sometimes,
Chrome. Yeah,
yeah,
Chrome and Microsoft are two different things. Different
yeah.
browsers.
Okay, it says here your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access, then reload the page. Okay, now what does that mean?
That means they fucking with you on the browser. You're using Microsoft. That's why you're not using Chrome.
Okay, yeah, because I don't even think I can get Chrome on this damn thing. Oh yeah, but I think I got Chrome on the other computer, and like I said, you know, I had to get some virus protection on it.
I don't know. You were able to do it last time with the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Okay, so I'm going to present, share
No,
screen.
no. Not present. At the very top, Shabaka, where it says edit, and it says to stream into Facebook and YouTube. You want to hit
Okay,
edit. It should say add to share to my audience right there.
okay, let's see here. It says stream this to your audience in the upper right hand corner.
Yes, that's what you want to do.
So hit that there. Oh, okay. Hold it.
All right, y'all. I got to go through a whole tutorial with Shabaka.
Yeah.
Sometime this year.
Okay, and this is Frontline Black News, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Frontline. Okay. Black News. Okay. Okay. Description. General conversation of early 2024.
Season 3.
Huh?
So this is season 3, episode 41, part 1 of the Frontline Black News.
Okay. Season 3.
3.
Yeah. Episode
41,
41,
part 1.
part 1.
Of the Frontline Black News.
Okay, of a front line. Okay, the front line Black News. Okay. All right, save changes. Okay. And all right, it's up there. Okay.
Good going, Shabaka. All right, so is that it for the tangibles?
Okay, now also too, what we need more of the on the tangibles is some damn recognition, man, to shut these stupid ass bastards up like the panties and that damn Kyrie Irving. You know what I'm saying? They're disgusting, man. You should have seen that bullshit tonight.
Wait,
You
what
know what
happened?
I'm saying?
I
Yeah,
missed
yeah,
that.
it was disgusting. And, it's because they're going to sit up there and tell us, we should be thankful. In other words, hold on, Brother Che, one sec.
Okay. Yeah, I missed that. I'm really missed that part.
Okay, and since this place where I'm at is overcharging me for this damn ganop ass Wi-Fi, man, I'm gonna leave all that heat on and air conditions on and all that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to get my money back some type of way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So therefore, they was talking about, is because the panties and Kyrie Irving, they was arguing about Social Security.
They
And
were doing
then,
this on live on the air.
yeah, on Cartoon News Network. And then the reason why I'm saying Cartoon News Network, because I got inbox some shit, man, that I've violated copyright laws and all that old bullshit. So it's the Cartoon News Network. Connect the dots. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the Democratic. It's a Democratic news station.
Oh yeah, yeah, most definitely. You know what I'm saying? And then also too, I'm making arrangements because I might be having to head back over to Angel Town, which is Los
Oh
Angeles.
God, Shabaka, no.
Yeah, no, 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 no. No, this is to meet, to get some information, man, on the legalese against Blog Talk.
Oh, okay.
Okay, no, I'm not going to see anybody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, and because you, me, Mad Doctor D, let's see, the Anchorman, a lot of us has been putting in a lot. Yeah,
Correspondent,
been, huh?
our East Coast correspondent.
Yeah, all that, man. Over the years, man, over 8 fucking years that I know, man. And then of course you said with Frontline Black News, that's making it 11 years now, right?
Yep.
Okay, we've been putting in a lot of effort, a lot of money in on this, man, and they coming up to us, shadow banning us, and all this old type of shit, So I'm going to try to go get some legal advice of how we could maybe sue these bastards. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they got people up here, man. I'm not coming on nobody's platform or whatever. But I see a lot of marginal stuff up here, and I'm not saying no names, man. And these motherfuckers got like over 10,000 followers. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is
And
that it for tangible, Shabaka?
okay, yeah, and on the tangibles, yes, sir. Also, too, as well, too. Another thing that needs to be on tangibles, man, is getting some of that damn money back, man. That a lot of our black actors, man, and content creators that have been cheated out of, man, with this high tech and the motion picture industry as well, too.
Mm-hmm.
And all that
All
shit is out here in the West.
I believe all that is included in the reparations package, Shabaka.
Oh,
Um,
yes, sir. Absolutely.
I
And then, of
mean,
course,
the amount is unfathomable what we're owed. So we
oh,
just
absolutely.
for the simple minded and really simple brained we say $100 trillion.
Yeah, for starters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then also too, after that $100 trillion, then we want a piece of the damn American economy because the goddamn Federal Reserve, as we know, stole the money from the Freedmen's
Oh,
Bank.
with that much money, Shabaka, we would control the economy down there or close
Oh
to it.
yes, sir. Oh yes, sir. But however, if we had a cohesiveness and throughout all of Pan Africa, since we produced the raw materials for it, on our ancestral land, uh, and and just keep the momentum going on, brother Chase. So perhaps, man, when you get up into my age group, man, after I'm long gone, man, you know, your generation and those after you can get their fair share of the pie.
Right. And we
You
can
say,
actually have that Pan-African connection, because right now it doesn't exist. Not saying
no,
everyone
you're right, brother Che. You are absolutely
doesn't exist
correct.
currently.
Yeah, and then also too, I'm going to be inviting brother Antonio, you know, who's been dropping a lot of knowledge, you know, about the foundational Black Americans and
Yes.
some new knowledge on the slave trade.
Yep.
Because I had a long talk with that brother, you know what I'm saying? Very knowledgeable, you know what I mean? So I don't mind him putting videos up, you know, in our corridors, you know what I'm saying? You know, and I
Yeah.
think you're friends with him as well too. So he had asked, you know, when do we come on? And I told him, and of course I got the digits to him. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, very great.
Yeah, and so you know, I had a nice long talk with him, man. You know what I'm saying? And he was out and about in the streets. So of
Oh,
course, you know, our cell phone signals kept fading in and out, and I guess due to the weather conditions as well too. You see, and oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We got to definitely, you know, put out that new movie right there, starring the majority of these niggas.
yeah. I was trying to find what the next topic was, the cue for that. I'm on Lady Chay's computer, and she got it set up in such a way it's kind of difficult to maneuver. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
Um, but that's not the next topic.
and then also too, I'm reading this 700-page book on Frederick Douglass. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because there was a lot of controversy about Mr. Douglass, you know what I'm saying? And then, of course, of his impact with the Underground Railroad, and did not know that Mr. Douglass also, too, was a lecturer throughout the country. And I don't know, but I will find out soon if Mr. Douglass had the ability to read or write, you know, and the reason why that Frederick Douglass wound up in the West and on the ships, as we all know, is that he kicked and beat the living dog shit, and rightfully so, out of his slave trader. You
Yeah.
see, and then of course, as we all know, that raping, slave trading pedophile had violated his mother. You see what I mean? So he had to get up out of Dodge. You know what I'm saying? And so went on the ships, and as you know, as we stated before, that he had wound up in San Francisco, and there's a housing project named after him in the city of San Francisco.
Oh,
Okay, and I don't know what district is it in. I would imagine the Fillmore district. Okay,
yeah.
and uh, and then of course, you know, he did travel throughout California, and then of course, you know about William Leadersdorf, you know, who was California's first black banker, and he
Yes.
married a white woman, and the white woman's family, you know, bullshitted him out of all his holdings and savings and stuff like that. But that
Yeah.
is a future topic, you know, we'll perhaps cover on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhance, you know.
Yep. Yep. In our eighth season. So moving along, Shabaka. So our next topic is Biden protested during church speech, but not by black folks.
Oh, okay. Very interesting.
So shout out to
Very,
Professor
very,
Black for breaking the story on this and giving
okay.
his awesome commentary as always on
Okay.
the subject. If you haven't subscribed to Professor Black Truth, what the hell have y'all been doing? I've been
Oh,
subscribed to
yeah.
Black Truth for over 10 years. And while
Hmm.
you're at it, make sure y'all like to subscribe to Frontline Black News, the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook.
Right. And then definitely check out the hashtag Resurrection of the Mental Dead. Also, too, check out the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhance, where you can get a lot of our information at. And then please follow our pages because we're trying to get it to 10,000 followers.
Yes, sir. All right. So let's got to get Professor give us a rundown of this Biden speech at this church and then the
Right.
subsequent protest that took place.
Fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Uh-oh.
In a follow-up to yesterday's briefing, President Biden visited Mother Emanuel Church for a photo op. The black parishioners didn't turn their backs on him. In fact, they didn't do anything. One of the survivors of the church massacre, which Biden did nothing about as vice president, and when he became president hadn't lifted a finger, she decided to say something, but it was about what you'd expect.
This is at the same church that Dylan Roof had shot up.
Precisely.
Black parishioners in 2015, and they took this bastard to Burger King afterwards.
Exactly. And then the sad part about it too, Brother Che, is that the Reverend had welcomed in to come worship with him. And then on social media at that time, a lot of white folks had asked, repeat, a lot of white folks had asked, why did they not defend themselves?
Too loving and forgiving to the wrong people.
Exactly. That's the point.
Right, but we have to remind the viewers of this because a lot of them might not remember or didn't know, but that's the church where he did this speech at. So I'm going to let you continue.
Had a race terrorist who attacked the church that she was at, nearly killing her in the process. But she was only too jolly to meet with Biden today, and she was reminiscing about how he came to their church 9 years ago. Okay, and what did Vice President Biden do then? About the same thing he's doing today. So is he talking about the hate crime law that he passed specifically to protect black people? No. Is he talking about reparations? No. All he did was give some empty hot air about white supremacy being a poison. The same shop-worn lines that we've been hearing for generations now. Well, what are they doing to cure the poison? Poison cannot simply be left in the body politic. It has to be eradicated. So what's being done to eradicate white supremacy? Nothing. Certainly not from this guy. He showed up to get some votes, to give a stump speech and say, vote for me. That's it. It was purely selfish, and he made no bones about it. Quote, 2 days after the service of Reverend Pinckney, my surviving son and I came back. My family and I worshiped with you here at Sunday service to show our solidarity, but my family also needed to be healed. We didn't realize how badly. Just 22 days before, we had buried my son, Beau. Notice how Biden pivoted from talking about the survivors of the massacre that he helped to enable to talking about himself and his own family. After all, he wasn't there for the black parishioners. He was there to promote himself. And for him to claim that his family needed healing and his son had died a few weeks before he came there, I mean, the pure insult. His son, Beau, wasn't murdered. His son, Beau, wasn't killed by some white supremacist animal. His son died of natural causes. Biden and his wife and his kids, they all had plenty of time to talk to his son before he died. He wasn't suddenly snatched away from them with no warning whatsoever. When Obama was president and Biden was his VP, their ATF allowed Dylan Roof to get the guns that he used because, as always, these white supremacists can have felonies and arrests, and yet that never stops them from being able to get guns. They always get through the background check time and time again. Beau Biden didn't die because his father allowed some murderous racist to get his hands on guns. But the parishioners at Mother Emanuel Church did die for that exact reason. So for Biden to take their grief and turn it into his soapbox, well, that's what I expect from a functioning sociopath. And you have this survivor of the massacre that Biden enabled, did nothing to respond to, and she's saying he came to be with us in our time of grief, so I figured I would be here in his time to campaign. This is a suicidal level of foolishness. Biden only showed up to that church because that's what these politicians always do after a mass murder. Had it not been for the fact that it was the site of a mass shooting, he wouldn't have been there at all. This happened at a church, and a black church at that, so obviously Biden's boss, Obama, had to show up because the 2016 election was just around the corner. The black people out there can convince themselves that this was some act of moral conscience on Biden's part, but in reality, it was just another political PR stunt, just another photo op. And this woman, she sounds like a DNC plant the way that she's talking. This all looks like someone who's part of the local Democratic campaign committee. Biden came to their church 9 years ago, so now she wants black people to feel obligated to vote for him. The manipulation couldn't be more obvious, mainly because of how poorly it's being done. Black people owe Joe Biden nothing. He's the one who owes us. Black people made him president 3 years ago and even handed him complete control of both houses of Congress. And what did Joe Biden do with that power that we gave him? What did he do for Mother Emanuel Church with the power that we gave him 3 years ago? Nothing. During his entire windblown speech yesterday, what did he say he was going to do? Nothing. So what's the point of even having him there?
Right.
Nothing. These black baby boomers always want to make a show of how loyal they are. They're always looking for a pat on the head. Loyalty is a two-way street.
Exactly.
If the other person's not doing anything to earn or deserve your loyalty, then what are you doing? You're being used. That's what. Now, none of the parishioners at Mother Emanuel Church decided to protest or turn their backs on Biden or even give a peep of discontent. But that's not to say that there weren't any protests going on in that church yesterday, because there were some white people in attendance who decided to protest Biden and demand a ceasefire in Gaza. They had no concern for the black parishioners around them or the fact that that was the site of a mass murder. Considering that it was a white man who murdered those 9 people 9 years ago in that very church, it says a lot that you had some white people who went to that black church, probably the most time they've ever spent around black people, and they did it for one reason only, so they could ignore the lives of the black people who were murdered in that very room they were standing in, and instead they could go ahead and bring attention to non-black people. They weren't there to demand reparations or to demand a hate crime law specifically to protect black people or anything to benefit black people. They went to a church and began yelling and being disruptive for people on the other side of the world, as if you got to go all the way to Gaza to find people who are being murdered by a government. You can find them right here in the United States. Does anyone remember that time that the Palestinians or any of their white supporters ever disrupted the proceedings at a mosque or a church or any other function so they can make demands on our behalf?
Nope.
Me neither. As black people, this is why that whole allies thing just falls flat. We have no allies. We have no friends. Exactly. Everyone will gladly pounce on our suffering and try to use it as a springboard to push their own interest into the conversation. A black person is murdered, they'll start talking about Latino issues, LGBT issues, environmental issues, stop the war and fill in the blank. They only do that with us. When you had those mass murders of Asians, absolutely nobody dared to bring up any other issue or any other group. Nobody tried to exploit that as a chance to push their own pet issues. When the Tree of Life Synagogue was attacked, nobody dared say anything about Black Lives Matter or about black people at all, or Gaza or anywhere else. See, these other groups, they show respect for one another. And when they're having a moment to bring attention to their own interest and issues, they don't try to diminish or overshadow that. But all of them can't wait to jump in front of us when they see some cameras. You talk about Black Lives Matter, and they'll turn it into All Lives Matter, Trans Lives Matter, Palestinian Lives Matter, anyone but black. Same way that when all these other groups create something that is specifically attributed to them and them alone, everyone's supposed to be fine with that. But when black people create anything, well, that's community property. It belongs to the entire society, and everyone has a right to make a claim to it. So this is what's been going on in Charleston. Black folks who refuse to press their issues, and non-black people who will walk all over them while pressing their own. No wonder Negro Jim Clyburn is the congressman out there. He's the Democrats' man on the scene, and for a plate of catfish nuggets, he can get them some votes because too many of the people out there tolerate that kind of disrespect. The only reason Biden was there yesterday was because that was the site of a church massacre. He hadn't been there before, and he's not coming back in the future either. He needed some Negroes to be his backdrop for this photo op, just like Mike Bloomberg did when he went to Brown Chapel AME Church down in Alabama. So you see, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans, whether it's during primary season or general election season, they all operate out of the exact same playbook. Biden came to town to take advantage of a tragedy, and they allowed it to happen. And we see this attracted other self-interested opportunists like cockroaches, and the parishioners didn't have a problem with that either. This is why everyone dismisses our concerns, because we've conditioned them to feel like they can get away with it. It's a victimless crime. There's no consequences. There's no pushback. Hell, there's not even a peep of discontent. That's why Biden felt that he could walk in that place and just prioritize his campaign and ignore the black folks. And that's why complete strangers felt like they could walk right in that place and do the exact same thing. You're not going to undo generations of programming unless you aggressively and consistently establish what the new normal is. And people are going to want to test us to see if we're going to keep checking them, or if we just had a momentary bout of indignation. In Alabama, they passed that test. In Florida and in Charleston, they failed it. Now, before the defeatist dummies in the comments get started, you'll get blocked if you bring that, "Oh man, see, this is why black folks ain't never gonna get nothing, see." We don't do that kind of talk around here. Empowerment means that you find weaknesses and root them out. You get rid of the weaknesses. You don't look for excuses to say, "I can't." You see, that's how you make an organization strong and how you keep it strong. It's a perpetual process. This incident, like the one in Florida, shows us how much work there is to be done, not as an excuse not to do the work. Speaking up and speaking out has value because there's a lot of Black people, yes, even in Charleston and Florida, who feel the same way you do. They see the problems and they're as disgusted by the cowardice and corruption as you are. What they're also looking for is to see if there's other Black people who are going to be prompting and provoking them to stand up and step forward. Recently, there's been a lot of talk in the white media about Black people all going back to the South. Oh, all those Black folks in the North and in the out the West, they all just need to go back to the South so we can aggregate those numbers. Let me tell you something. The whole physical aggregation of our numbers thing does have value. It's also true, though, that in this situation, those Black people are going to be running to Charleston and Florida, and you see what kind of weakness they're going to be running right into. Our biggest problem isn't whether we're numerically outnumbered. Yes, numbers matter a lot, but organization, that matters a hell of a lot more. As H. Rap Brown said, our enemy doesn't have us outnumbered. They have us outorganized. To think only in terms of numbers and geographical proximity to one another, that's short-sighted. Black people need to learn to get on code where they are and stand on principle. Because no matter where you decide to concentrate our numbers, no matter how many of us are there, if we're still allowing goofy stuff like Biden's visit to happen, and we're not making it clear that they better show up with our tangibles or not show up at all, if we don't impose consequences for disrespect, if you think just having Black folks all leave Newark and Boston and other racist outposts and come back down south is all it's going to take to solve our problem, then you're just preaching to the choir. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Frederick Richburg, Murad Campbell, Black Voltron Reloaded, Brenda Starr, and Johnny J. Martin. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor Black. Thank you. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what Professor Black Truth just said about the Biden coming to the Emmanuel Church, where 9 Black parishioners were killed by Dylan Roof back in 2015, and not offering us nothing, and then a whole different group of people coming in there and doing a protest for Gaza. Shabaka? Oh my God, Shabaka just passed out on us. Shabaka. Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what are your thoughts, Shabaka?
Okay, yeah, we're Dylan. Yeah. Okay, Dylan Roof, first of all, deserves the damn death penalty. Okay, yeah. Number one.
Something going on.
Okay, how about now?
Say something.
Okay, how about now?
It's gone.
Okay, all right, yeah, because what I was doing is, yeah, we are live on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Okay, and so therefore, for those of you who are viewing us on the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, please start hitting us with some donations, because we got the StreamYard we have to pay for, we got the Blog Talk we have to pay for. So, you know, to keep this platform alive, we are asking for donations as well too. And on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, we're going to be having another dynamic guest coming up to us and dropping some knowledge. You know, I spoke with the brother earlier today, so most definitely we're going to ask him to come on. And then, you know, just keep tuned to our like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and Frontline Black News for all our upcoming episodes that we're going to do on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on our Blog Talk Radio. And we're going to be moving from Blog Talk, you know, it's because we got a lot of legalese to deal with them, and they're full of shit because they're part of this conspiracy of stomping on us and shadow banning us. And then also too, we're going to be hopefully real soon in the next couple of weeks of seeking someone out with some legal knowledge to see about taking our case to the Federal Communications Commission.
Oh, snap. Okay, well, we'll keep y'all posted on that. But getting back to the subject at hand, is that your closing on that, or do you have more to say about that?
Okay, or more about that, about the situation down there and North Carolina.
South.
I'm sorry?
In Charleston, South Carolina.
Yes, sir. You know that there was definitely a tragedy. Number one. Number two, it just goes to show is that they don't have no regard for us, none whatsoever. They don't even view us as human. They view us as subhuman.
Yep, still in 2024.
Yeah, yes, sir. So therefore, so this bullshit presidential election that they're getting ready to have come up is going to be just that, a bunch of bullshit. And then I'm going to try to get this Bluetooth on if this thing here decides to cooperate. So it's going to be a bunch of bullshit, ladies and gentlemen. And we know it. They know it. And and I just don't know what to say. I really just don't know what to say, Black family. I really don't.
Well,
And
what are your thoughts on when he said the boomers? Because he said it was mainly black boomers that were in attendance.
yeah, okay, about the black who?
Boomers, your
Yeah,
generation.
yeah, okay. Is that what's going to happen is, man, is that as we fade out, man, our legacy of our history is going to go as well, too. You see what I mean? Can you hear me?
Their voter base, the black baby boomers are the only black group that's still dedicated to the Democrats.
Yeah, exactly. And so hopefully, would tune out, you see. And then on top of it as well, too, is that hopefully, they will get some type of, education and, and make proper decisions. And then, of course, start taking it, for what it is. You see what I'm saying? It's a bunch of bullshit, and it really is. You see what I mean? And then let's see here. We're turning on the Bluetooth right now, brother Che. And okay, and I think we just connected. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, are you still there? Shabbat is getting his sound together. Move us along.
Can you hear me on the Bluetooth now?
Oh yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, all righty. Okay. So therefore, what it is Black family, we are all we got. And then the cold part about it is that when we just have to, do for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And that's the real part about it. You see what I mean? And we don't have time to be worrying about these other fucking groups. You see? We can no longer go forward. It is because our very survival depends on it. So therefore, for those of you, feel free to inbox us with your hate mail, on the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhance on Facebook and whatnot. And then also, too, it has come to my knowledge that somebody had put a group up on my Facebook page years ago, but Facebook is getting ready to tear it down. So I hope they don't tear me down with it, you see, because there was some Facebook college page, and I didn't ask for it, you know what I'm saying, but it's been lying dormant. So I'm thinking that there was a plant either by the feds or some white supremacist organization or some other hater that hates this truth. You see what I mean? And we're just sorry. We can't kiss white America's ass no more.
No, and we're breaking that cycle, and it's going to break with my generation and the
Oh,
generations
oh,
after.
yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Is because see, your generation is going to be involved in this artificial intelligence war, and it will be an artificial intelligence wars because they making all these robot canines. These robotics, just like how they killed that brother. Uh, who did the job down there in Texas a few years ago. The brother who was a soldier, I forgot his name. You know what I'm saying? And there was a picture of him in the camera room before he had came back. And then I remember the day after he did it, I was at a Starbucks early in the morning just before sunrise, and they were posting the San Francisco Chronicle. And then on the front page that you saw on that San Francisco Chronicle was a black Dallas police sergeant, you know what I'm saying, scared to death.
Oh, you talking
Okay.
about Mike Johnson?
I'm talking about who?
Mikey Johnson,
Exactly.
the one
You
they
see
sent the
what I'm
robot
saying?
in to kill.
The one they send to who now?
They sent the robot in to kill him.
Yes, sir. And it was a black police chief, who did it. So what's happening is with these sycophant, ass scratchers, you see what I mean? They're a detriment too. And the black community needs to be bringing
Whatever you did, Shabaka, you sound real far away.
Okay. All right. Hold on, brother Jack.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. No, I just stepped out here, to the kitchen, to get me a drink of some cranberry juice here, the Simply cranberry juice that you showed up here on the Simply earlier when we was on Facebook Live,
Yeah.
And so then let me turn this heat off in this room. Okay, hopefully that'll get rid of some background noise. Okay, turn it off. Come on, go off. Okay, it went off. Okay, am I sounding clearer now?
Yeah, you got some background noise, but yeah.
Okay, hold on. I know it's background noise. This bullshit right here. Okay, all right. So I cleared some of the background noise, and Vegas is cold, but not as cold as you guys. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah, it's below right now.
Oh man. Okay, how's your water pipes?
They haven't frozen yet. Hopefully they don't freeze.
Right. Yeah, because I remember I was there one winter, man, and we had the water pipes freeze and bust. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the damn toilet bowl had frozen up as well too. So I simply went in there with a heater and had to leave the heater in there. One of those foot heaters.
Yeah.
And had to leave it in there for about 4 hours. And then went on and flushed the toilet. And it was in that old YMCA building, man, that you're familiar with, that they tore down.
Yeah, they tore down and turned into yuppie condominiums. Yep.
Yep.
So yeah. It's up to, like I said, it's up to my generation to break the cycle, and we can't keep allowing this black family. Jim Crow Biden, who is a representation of the whole Democratic Party in our current the United States, cannot be allowed to continue to take the black vote for granted.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not demanding nothing. Like, it just shows you how brainwashed and conditioned the older generations of our people are.
Yes, sir.
Pledge allegiance to a party that don't give no fucks about them or their prodigy for generations.
Exactly.
So, enough is enough of that shit. Shame on you, South Carolina, like Charleston, South Carolina. Like, I don't know why nobody from the New Black Media wasn't there. Or, like, none of the youth were there. It was just a bunch of baby boomers that have this blind allegiance to the goddamn Democrats and Sleepy Joe not promising us nothing. And then these mugs feel so comfortable that they can come over there and protest about a war that's going on clear across the planet.
Right.
That takes precedent over black people and black people's issues. So that is sad. And that leads us to the next topic, which is Jim Bojangles,
Yeah.
Democrat of South Carolina, Senator of North Carolina, South Carolina, excuse me, Jim Bojangles said Biden did help the Black community. Where? In the past 3, almost 4 years of Biden, where in the hell has he helped the Black community? So Lisa Cabrera is going to give us the rundown on that. Right there, which I find very laughable.
Yeah.
That they've done something for us when they clearly have not. And then these bastards, they feel that they're entitled to the Black vote. Remember, the president, Sleepy Jim Crow Biden, said, you ain't Black if you don't vote for him. Back in 2020.
Yeah.
And then he said he was going to have our back like we had his back in 2020. And here it is, 2024, and he's had everybody's back but ours.
Exactly. So, you know, what he did was he lied to us.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from Streamer. I'm so excited to announce that.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on my YouTube. It's the cute, but I'm on Lady Chase Chrome because they be messing with the Chrome, the DuckDuckGo. You got some kind of background shit out there, like a fan or something going.
Okay. Yeah, that is. Okay, well, this Bluetooth is kind of sensitive.
Yeah, it looks like it picks up everything.
Okay, what about now?
I think it's gone. It sounds like it's gone.
Okay.
No, I still hear something. James Clyburn said Biden did help the Black community. Them butter biscuits. You see. It says butter news, biscuit news. Yeah. He's definitely on it. And look how he green. I'm like, Master, I done such a good job of keeping the Negroes in check.
Yeah. And that is the type of Negro that Malcolm X had talked about that said, man, when a field Negro go up to the house Negro and say, hey, let's run away. Let's get away from this cruel master. And the house nigga look at him and says, man, you're crazy. What's better than what we got here? You see? And that's what happens when you got the chain on your brain.
That's the We Sick Central.
So,
look at him. I did a good job, boss. Mr. Boss, man, I did a great job. I drank some butter biscuits.
Yeah. That's exactly what that is.
So shout out to Greg Marcel Dixon. He's going to be running against this fool again this year. So make sure y'all support Greg Marcel Dixon.
Okay.
Jim Bojangles Clyburn in the 2024 election in South Carolina.
Okay, more power to the brother. You know what I'm saying?
Got to get this old fossil out. This mug got to go. Jim Bojangles has got to go. He's been in that seat for like 30 years. He has got to go.
Oh, shit, man. So that fool has been sitting up there in that seat since 1994.
Yep.
Yeah, it's time to go, man. And I honestly believe,
what
man.
happened in 94, Shabaka? Jim Crow Biden. He passed the 94 crime bill, which mass incarcerated hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Black men in the early 90s.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, and it was a conspiracy, you know what I'm saying? And then at that time, when Maxine Waters was pretty much like in the twilight of her prime years, okay, she had wanted to have an investigation into the CIA crack cocaine connection. And then your boy, Bill Clinton, was the president at the time. And as soon as Maxine started to get somewhere, they shut down her investigation, and it was shut down by the Clinton administration at the orders of then Attorney General Janet Reno.
Yeah. So let's let Lisa give us the rundown on what Jim Crow Jim Clyburn, Jim Bojangles Clyburn is talking about that Biden did help the Black community.
Right. And
Ladies
then
and
Miss
gentlemen, you know, this is my first episode of my YouTube podcast, and today it's James Clyburn that needs the biscuit for real.
Right.
You know, he's going to talk about issues that he says will help the Black community that Joe Biden has done. And then everything that he proceeds to talk about are things for everybody. See, here's the problem. They'll say, you know, that Kamala stuff. Oh, well, what we do for everybody will impact the Black community too. Well, why didn't you say that to the Asians?
Right.
When you gave them that crime bill, why didn't you say the laws we already got on the books for everybody will help the Asians too? You didn't come back with that. You gave them a crime bill. So once again, we're supposed to accept all of the things for everybody, while other groups get things exclusively for them. I'm going to go ahead and play this video for you and come back with the rest of my commentary. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just pay close attention to what he claims is for the Black community, for Black voters. And you're going to see it is nothing exclusively for us at all. You know, and it just goes to show you they are playing the same games that we have seen in the past. This is not going to fly anymore. No.
Giving a nod to Black America. And I got to ask you straight, do you feel like the president has delivered on what that nod represented?
Absolutely. You could go down by the numbers, starting with the Rescue Act, getting our schools reopened, getting our businesses back on their feet. He did the things that were necessary, bringing over half of the children who were living in poverty, and much as a result of COVID-19, brought them out of poverty with the rescue plan. Then he moved with the largest infrastructure poverty and more.
Let's look at this map real quick. So it says from the New York Slimes and Salina College, general election matchup among Black Americans. They're saying that 63% of Black Americans are still going to vote for Biden.
Wow.
20% are going to vote for the dump as in human shit. I want to make that perfectly clear. And
Indeed.
then 9% said they don't know. 5% said they won't vote. And 3% said another candidate.
Yeah. Yeah. So once again, you know, they're playing us again. You know what I'm saying? I mean, man, it's like a damn merry-go-round playing the same.
It looks like we're still going with the play, though. Look at this shit. 63 all of this shit that has happened in the last 4 years under Jim Crow Biden.
Right.
63% of Black people still want to vote for this fool?
Yeah, that's sad. That's sad. And that's one of the reasons we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. And that there goes to prove our point right there of how we are mentally dead.
It was at 80%, so it went down 20%. But either way, like, what in the fuck are y'all smoking, drinking? What the hell?
Yeah.
But LBJ did say he was going to have niggas voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
Yeah, he did. And he said that there over 50 years ago.
Over 60 years ago now, I believe.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, 60 years ago. Wait a minute, Brother Che, you're right. 60 years. Yeah, 60 years ago. Yeah, LBJ was president 60 years ago. And he had finished out Kennedy's term and got reelected for the Democrats in 1964. And then with the Vietnam situation, it got so bad as that in 1968, and I remember as a child, is when LBJ got up there and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will not accept, nor will I exceed the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States."
Wow.
And then guess who came on in after him? Tricky!
Yep, Nixon.
And what was Richard Nixon's campaign? Law and order.
Law and order. War on poverty, which was code for war on black people.
Exactly. You see, it's because that there was at the height of the Black empowerment era. You see, and they don't teach our students in school properly. You see what I'm saying? You know,
the civil rights movement, which was the second civil rights movement, and they completely neglect the Black empowerment era.
No, totally. They neglect it now. This is why, you know, when they came up in the early 70s, you know, with the hip hop shit. Mm-hmm. Now, keep in mind, folks, is that I preach
about this hip hop.
Yeah.
Hip hop come from the struggle, the FBA struggle for freedom in this country. Now, these motherfuckers and co-opted it, twisted it up, took control of it, and now it's for everybody. But in that's why shout out to Tariq Nasheed. With the hashtag Tangibles 2020, but it's also working on a DVD. Microphone check. Crowd pack going on for that. So if you can donate, please do. And get that off the ground. And while you're at it, why don't you donate to us, Frontline Black News?
Exactly. Yes, because, you know, because what's happening is, ladies and gentlemen, is that, you know, Brother Che has been going out of his pocket. Shabaka Shankor has been going out of his pocket. Lady Che has been going out of her pocket. Okay. And we have a solid platform. But however, our platform speaks against what is the popular version of what is truth, is because we're not going to sit up here and be dummied down. And we're not going to sit up here and allow our people to be dummied down. And definitely we want to give a shout out there to Outlaw Radio, Kevin Barnes in the house. Also, too, we want to give a shout out there to Black Eye Stand, the one and only Mr. Jay Dizzle, who I had, and Liberation, and Liberated Minded Media. Then also, too, one of our well-wishers out of Detroit. Okay, you know who she is. She had made a suggestion of going over to melanatedpeople.net. Now,
I haven't been on there since before the scandemic, pandemic.
Exactly. Oh, and by the way, Brother Che, glad you brought up the scamdemic, is because they're going to try to say it's going to be a resurgence of it again. I'm not taking a jab. So, who
to begin with? So you already know that we don't even have to disclose that on the airwaves.
Exactly. Yeah, we're just letting our people out there know. Is that they're saying is that the numbers has gone up, or you know, on the scamdemic, you know what I mean? And so then they're gonna try to have people take this shit. Now, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I'm of the opinion is that what's gonna happen is like how they want you to put everything on these damn Chime and WhatsApp and Cash App cards and all that old shit.
About the blockchain, Shabaka, and BRICS still hasn't taken effect. So we need to keep close tabs on that because the dollar is done. Once BRICS, it's a wrap. Outside the United States, you ain't gonna be able to do nothing with the dollar.
You might as well take the $1 bill and start wiping your ass with it. You know what I'm saying?
About the only thing you're gonna be able to do with it once BRICS takes effect. So we'll keep y'all updated on that. But getting back to this video, I just wanted to highlight this.
And if I may comment on the numbers right there briefly, Brother Che, I just need about 15 seconds. 63% are going for hiding Biden, 20% for the dump, don't know 9%, and I'm going to be in that 5% of won't vote.
Well, I'm gonna vote, but I'll probably be in that 3%.
Okay, all right. So, okay, well, wait a minute. Okay, so let me rephrase my last statement. I'm okay. Put me in the 9% right there. Don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
either fall in the don't know.
I don't know. You say is because, like I said, for my twilight years is like I said, I have to pass it on down to your generations of what we went through as a people, as I witnessed it. And I've had many arguments with assholes on Facebook earlier today, and whatnot. And then what they're trying to do is provoke us into saying something so they can say, oh, you violated community standards. And what my recommendation is to keep your page up, because to maintain a Facebook page, a Twitter account requires a lot of work. So use that old classic effect that they have on there, delete and block, is because somebody was trying to get me, on because they were making derogatory comments about the heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali, who sacrificed his prime years, for his people and the cause that he believed in.
Yeah, Ali Boumaier, yes.
Yes, sir. And what he did, I remember the night he did it. Yes, sir.
Let's get back to this video, Shabaka. So 36% are against Jim Crow Biden in New York.
Yeah.
This is the New York Times poll. I believe it's
okay.
New York. So it varies around the country, but 63%, hell no.
Much of the result of COVID-19 brought them out of poverty with the rescue plan. Then he moved with the largest infrastructure bill that we've had in this country since Dwight Eisenhower's Interstate Highway. Then the Chips and Science Act, bringing manufacturing back to this country. Then he went with the Inflation Reduction Act, cutting the cost of medicine, reducing insulin down to 35.
Okay, you cutting the price of medicine, but yet the cost of food done quadruple.
Exactly. I just went out there and got me some groceries, man. I spent $50 on some bullshit, man. I got me my Simply Lime, some cheese, some pastrami to make some sandwiches, and some cereal and some trash bags.
I went to the grocery store earlier for Lady Che, and it cost me $40, and all I got was some Simply Orange, soda, Dr. Pepper, 2 chicken sandwiches, and 2 hamburgers, a bag of chips of Sunkiss or not Sunkiss, the hell it up down, the Sun Chips, and then I think that was it. It was $40.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, it's crazy. You see what I'm saying? And then on Nikki Haley, she's gonna sit up there and say, let the prices go up. You see what I'm saying? It's because this here is healthy for the economy. You see what I mean? And then
any of this healthy. None of the shit they're doing is healthy for the economy.
Exactly. And then you're getting ready to get another economical shift. And I recommend everybody to stock up as best as you can on essentials, also to stock up on.
That's what I was doing, Shabaka, until the infestation.
Yeah.
That shit, I had to throw more than half all of that shit out.
Oh, man. Okay, well, what I'm doing, Brother Che, on that of where I'm at, because I haven't seen any pets yet, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And to keep it that way, I'm keeping the trash emptied, I'm wrapping everything up. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Stevie Irvine. Hello, family. Greetings to you there, Brother Stevie. How you be this evening, man? And feel free, man, to leave us some comments.
I didn't go to the King Supers. Her brother did, but not me. I went across the street to the Mikado. There's a Mikado across the street from where Lady Chase says, and I spent $40 on just that.
Okay, yeah, Mercado means market in Spanish.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to go to King Supers there. King Supers is part of the Safeway chain, I believe.
No, Kroger. Probably
Kroger. Oh, okay. Yeah, Kroger.
No,
Okay.
there's rumor has it they're gonna switch over to Piggly Wiggly.
Oh man. Yeah, that is from South Carolina, ain't it? Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, it's from the South. But yeah, they don't like merge. They got a whole conglomerate and with Kroger.
Okay. All right, so which means they're gonna be heading westbound out here too.
Because it's Kroger, Come and Go, Loaf and Jug, King Supers, Piggly Wiggly, Levy's, and there's another one that's like all combined. Like in Texas, you got the all soups or the. Oh, you're in North Carolina. What do you have out in North Carolina, Stevie? You got Piggly Wigglies out there. Bacc, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna let the video continue.
Okay.
The Jimbo Jangles putting his tap shoes on for Master.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That shit is ridiculous. Shit. And this is why, Brother Irvin, we created the hashtag a few years ago called Resurrection of the Mental Dead. And this motherfucker right up here, old Clyburn, is definitely one brain dead motherfucker.
Clearly. And y'all are just as brain dead in South Carolina to continue to keep voting for this motherfucker.
Exactly.
$5 a month. My late wife died from diabetes. And I can tell you, I saw $800 and $900 a month insulin bills because she was a full shot a day diabetic. So I know what it is if you can reduce that cost to $35 a month. The PAC Act, getting those veterans who were not treated fairly coming back from the Vietnam War, getting that done. And then the all-important student, public service student elimination of the student debt of public service. Over $132 million in debt relief to 3.4 million people. Student debt relief. We keep hopping on that one part that the Supreme Court outlawed, and we don't even talk about the 32 million, many of whom are here in my district. I ran across a gentleman a couple of weeks ago, got $200,000 relief from debt. He had 3 degrees, borrowed money for all of them, thought he would go to his grave still alone that money, and because of Joe Biden, it's gone away. So yes, he has kept his promise. Now, we have not been able to do voting. Why? Because the Supreme Court has prevented us from doing it. And just like they prevented us from doing the other part of debt relief. Joe Biden has kept his promise to the American people, and I think he has been an incredibly good president. I think the best producer since Lyndon Baines Johnson Great Society program back in 1964 and 65.
That is high praise for a president. It sounds to me.
Did you know that you can learn PLC?
That's Jimbo Jangles. That's why we call him Jimbo. His name is James Clyburn. We call him Jimbo.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's
and then Hubert Humphrey.
Putting them tap shoes on for Master Biden.
Yeah. Yeah, and Hubert Humphrey was the vice president
hired as a
under
programmer
Lyndon
in
Baines
just 60 days.
Yeah.
Like you might need to
remember Hubert Humphrey. My grandfather used to talk about him all the time. But
yeah, he was a senator from Minnesota.
Yeah, he was a senator from Minnesota, and he challenged.
Yeah, the U.S. senator, that is. Yeah.
He challenged LBJ for the nomination.
No, sir. He went up against Tricky Dick. You talking about for the what are you talking about for the Democratic nomination?
Yeah, and the presidential.
Okay.
He didn't get the nomination or something.
No. Robert Kennedy had got the. Wait a minute. 1968. Okay, brother Champ, turning back the hands of time.
Humphrey.
Okay.
The nomination of Humphrey.
Right. Okay, because I'm trying to think who Nixon went up against in 1968.
It was supposed to be Robert Kennedy, but he was assassinated.
But he was assassinated in Los Angeles. Yeah. Okay, wait a minute. I think it was Hubert Humphrey that Nixon beat out. I think they went on and did give it to Humphrey. But don't hold me to it. And if you got access, man, to the some information on it, man, by all means, man, share it. Okay, because I'm plugging this computer back up.
Okay.
See, this is what happens when you get old, folks, you know, trying to remember your childhood back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Get in contact with his campaign, or his campaign might need to get in contact with you, because right now that messaging isn't breaking through. There's about a 63% approval rating among Black Americans when they voted for him at about 92%. And so something about the talking points you just talked about is...
Oh, so it dropped 30%. It's still not low enough. It should easily be under 50%. Like, why are y'all still supporting these motherfuckers?
Yeah, well, what it is, Brother Che, we've been conditioned, you know, off the plantation system, man. You know, hey, always believe in Master Charlie. You know what I'm saying? No matter what, believe in Master Charlie. You know, don't listen to your own people. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what they're talking about, but believe in Master Charlie. You see what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta have a white self-approval. So if the cracker tells you the truth, you'll believe it. But if your own people tell you the truth, you won't believe that.
Exactly, because you got to go out there, debate it.
They can say the exact same thing, and you'll believe them. But if we say it, oh, y'all crazy, y'all don't know what you're talking about. Yeah,
exactly.
The sauce. No, you the one that's lost in the sauce. But let's get back to the clip.
Okay.
Not getting to the actual audience that Joe Biden seeks to reach. But I want to move on and ask you about House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries really quickly. He is seeming to be the next wave. He has a lot in front of him with respect to a Congress that is Republican controlled, but trying to steer the Democratic Party in a particular direction. As the elder statesman, give me one piece of advice.
Man, he's such a disgrace. That dude, you know, his
totally
uncle is Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
I've heard the name of Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
Yeah, he's a big master scholar of ours on the pro-Black Pan-Africanism stance or tip. But yeah, that's his nephew.
Wow.
That you've given him to try and help him move along and move the agenda forward.
He has
what agenda? The alphabet agenda, because that's the only agenda. And the migrant invasion agenda, those are the only two agendas that Democrats are running.
Exactly.
They're damn sure not running a Black first agenda. But
that's for damn sure.
Frontline Black News. It's about the Black experience enhanced and the revolutionary agenda are.
Right.
There's a lot in front of him, but he has a lot of people behind him. And I'm in that group. He is an incredible leader. He is keeping our caucus together. He is articulating the issues in a way that they need to be articulated. And I do believe that I will be standing with him here on January 15th on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We'll be here in Columbia, South Carolina together. And he will enunciate on that day that which I think African Americans throughout the country ought to hear. He believes, as I believe, that this democracy is at stake. The freedoms of Americans are at stake. We must re-elect Joe Biden.
Yeah, we got Ralph's out of Los Angeles, and
do it in a way that would demonstrate to the MAGA Republicans and all others who may be looking for it.
He froze up. I don't know what happened. Are you still there, Shabaka?
No, democracy.
Yes,
democracy will continue to rule the day here in the United States of America.
Last question, Congressman, before I let you go. Are you throwing the fish rod this year, and can I come? That's all I need to know before you get out of here. Congressman Jim Clyburn, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
This damn coonery, buffoonery right here.
Now, did you hear anything in that sales pitch? Because that's what it sounded like to me for the Black community. So everybody else gets something exclusively for their group, and we have to settle for what you do for everybody. This is why Joe Biden is losing the Black vote. And it sounds to me like y'all still don't have your act together on what's going on out here. You're really missing the point if you think this everybody talk and then claim it's just for it's for the Black community too, man, you'll probably have a lot more lost votes. That's all I have to say. Y'all are still trying to go down the same path that got you in this mess with the Black community. And I can see there is no lesson learned yet.
Oh, Stevie.
And look like they won't be
Make sure
none.
you don't vote
See,
for her.
chattering about what you did for us, and we're sitting here and, you know, we don't know what you did. That's a problem. And, you know, like he said, that message is not getting out there. And quite frankly, even if that message of what he said got out there, this is not going to do them any good.
Nope.
Because it's not any of the things that we said we want. We want a crime bill. We want reparations. We want you to do something about these cops. Why haven't you been talking about the George Floyd Act?
Yeah, remember? Top Mala was
Yeah.
at that.
You know, you're not talking
Yeah.
about anything
Her
that we want.
Passed the George Floyd Act. That was what 6
And this
and we
is
ain't
always going to be a
nothing
problem
about that
for the
since.
Democratic Party. You know, I guess he is scared of to say the word reparations. And now all of a sudden, you know, at the end of the year, the CBC puts a message out because, you know, Clyburn is part of the CBC, that they're going to look at police reform and doing something about these cops and also reparations. But we know you're not going to do anything.
Exactly.
You're trying to pull that bait and switch stuff that
Back
you
in
did in 2020. And I'm telling you, this time around, the community is on top of their game.
You're gonna get the race soldiers more money to kill you.
You won't pull it off. So all I have to say is, if this is what Joe Biden has done for the community, consider yourself lost when it comes down to the presidential 2024 race.
That's sad.
That is sad, but that's the
and it's really sad, Brother Chase, because
family and fellow soldiers.
Okay, Shabaka, so what do you?
Okay, my thought on that is really sad, is because we're looking at all of our people that were killed in the civil rights movement and in the Black empowerment movement. And this is definitely a spit in their face to their memories. Now, for those who lost...
So now it's up to their prodigy to pick up the torch and run with that shit. But so many of the ones that are still around, somehow, some way, refuse to give up that torch.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, Andrew Young, you know, he's on his way out, because last time I saw him, I think he's in his mid-80s, getting ready to approach 90.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Age limit on political office. Like, this is ridiculous. You're 80-something.
Oh, yeah.
Dianne Feinstein, she died in office.
Right.
90.
Yeah. And I remember Dianne Feinstein when she was the mayor of San Francisco.
Having people running the country? Nah.
Exactly. And doing the same thing with Nancy Pelosi. She's getting up there in age.
They're all getting up there in age. Shabaka, they've been in office for 30, 40. Look at Biden. He was in office. He's been in office for 50 years.
Yeah. Damn near as long as I've been alive.
So, yeah, they call ageism all you want. But, yeah, there definitely should be a age restriction on how old you can be a president.
Yeah, they should have an age restriction on them, just to the stress level of the job. Yeah.
Right.
And the next stressful level job, a high stress job to me, is all the department heads, particularly the secretaries of defense, the secretaries of agriculture, the secretary of energy. Yeah, because I believe during I'm trying to remember when they created that Department of Energy, is because they had a sister who ran it for the longest. Her first name was Hazel, and I forgot her last name. Okay, but they did create the U.S. Department of Energy. I think they did that during the not Clinton years.
It must have been in the
I
Reagan.
think. Okay, it was either the Carter or the Reagan years.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was.
You lived it. I didn't.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull some information up here. Okay, when was U.S. Department of Energy created? Okay, let's see. I misspelled department. Okay. Going here. Okay, on this Bing shit. Okay. The United States. Okay. I was right. The U.S. Department of Energy was founded August 4th, 1977.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was the Carter.
Yeah, it was okay. It was let's see, the United States Department of Energy was created on August 4th, 1977. I was 18 years of age. By the Department of Energy Organization Act signed by Carter. The act consolidated more than 30 separate energy functions carried out by various government agencies, including the Energy Research and Development Administration. The department is responsible for advancing the national economic and energy security of the United States through the implementation of policies regarding nuclear power, fossil fuels, and renewable energy sources. Okay, what are the main responsibilities of the Department of Energy? Okay, the main responsibilities of them is including developing substantial and low energy supplies, okay, that are critical to national security, economic growth, environmental protection, and current and future prosperity. Ensuring the environmental cleanup of the nation's nuclear weapons complex. That's a joke. Promoting scientific and technological innovation in support of the department's mission. Sponsoring basic research in the physical sciences. Managing the research and development of nuclear power, the military's nuclear weapons programs, and nuclear reactor production for the United States Navy. Increasing the use of clean, renewable fuels. Improving overall energy efficiency. So much for AI with Bing. Yeah, facts. Carter administration. Now, here's one for you folks you're going to love. You know, California has earthquakes, right?
Yep.
Why in the fuck would they build 2 nuclear reactors off the coast of California in a place called San Onofre, if I'm saying it correctly? And then I think they did decommission those nuclear power plants. But still, though, when it comes to nuclear energy and shit like that, that shit is unstable, man. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what's going on. Look what happened with Fukushima.
It's still leaking, too.
And the motherfucker is still leaking, man. And it's been leaking now for 13 years. 24/7 for 13 years. 365 days times 13.
All the oceans are contaminated. All the sea life is contaminated.
Yeah, and all the seafood is contaminated. And this is why, you know, I restrict my eating of seafood, because sooner or later you're going to have to go take your damn Geiger counter, man, just to see how much radiation is in the shit. And then, too, students at the University of California at San Francisco, because, you know, like how you got UCLA, you also have a UCSF. Okay, they're environmental department and their marine biology department has been monitoring the bluefin tuna, okay, that swims in the Frisco Bays because it migrates to the coast of Japan. Then they migrate back across the Pacific. So it's a 6,000-mile trip, nothing but open water.
There's a whole
right.
current that takes them straight into the west coast of the United States.
Yes, sir. And all the bluefin tuna is coming back discolored. Same thing with the dolphins. You know what I'm saying? Like flippers, the dolphins who will save your ass in the water against a shark. Okay. Yeah. They coming back with yellow eyes glowing in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, let's face it, you Caucasoids killed the goddamn planet through your greed. Just like that brother who did the video, man, about 3 or 4 years ago that they took down, YouTube video. And he's sitting down there talking to the white fella, and they talking about things, and the brother tells the white fella, you motherfuckers are the virus.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
you
they
see?
took that video down, Shabaka?
I believe they did, yes.
Wow.
Yes.
You talking about the video of the brother in the room with a bunch of other men, but they were men of different races? And he was
right.
Boy, they took that
and they were sitting down. Yeah, I believe they took it down. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's Oh yeah, right over there in San Bruno, California, San Mateo County. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, contrary to what that last video was saying, Biden is catching a lot of heat. So Biden's one of the swing states up north, as they say.
Oh, he was heckled in Pennsylvania. Okay.
And he got heckled and harassed, as and rightfully so.
Okay, you're a loser. Go home, Joe. Yeah.
So he received backlash. Y'all president, Jim Crow Biden, received backlash and boos. President Biden's consequential swing state visit in Pennsylvania.
Ladies and gentlemen, for weeks, there have been stories out about Joe Biden losing in the swing states and Trump actually ahead. Well, he went to Pennsylvania this past Friday, the state I was born in, and got a very rude welcome. He was heckled and people were shouting all kinds of things at Joe Biden during that trip.
Good.
Well, let's get into this story.
Get him.
Biden received rude welcome while visiting swing state. Go home, Joe.
Yeah.
The president received a rude welcome from voters who mercilessly heckled him during a trip he took to Pennsylvania this past Friday. The 81-year-old commander-in-chief was met with shouts, "Go home, Joe. You're a loser," by residents of an Allentown area that he was in. And he was entering a bike shop when there was all this commotion. Hours later, protesters opposed Biden for his stand in the Israel-Gaza war that's going on. So there were shouts about that. And they also were shouting, "We will remember in November," the group chanted near a firefighter training center, also adding, "No vote for Genocide Joe."
Right.
Boy, they were going off. The president made the trip without delivering a prepared remarks ahead of a weekend getaway at Camp David in Maryland. And he was in a place, if he was in Allentown, he was in a place where the people very much looked like him. And this is what was going on.
So what does that tell you?
So I don't know, y'all, and we already know he's not doing so well in the swing states. So while he was away, fencing contractors were spotted near the White House preparing for a large anti-Israel protest. Wow.
Want to know the easiest way that I know of to build a side income online? Something that almost anyone can do. It takes a bit to set up, but once set up, it's almost complete.
Yeah, I guess he did have a very busy weekend after a massive group of activists shoved on the executive mansion's gate in November and vandalized with red handprints and anti-Biden graffiti. Oh, I guess there is a lot going on. All right, y'all, I'm going to give you a glimpse of what these protesters look like. Trust me, they look like Joe Biden.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. We're gonna help him.
You're right, Stevie. He is losing his momentum.
All right, y'all. This is what the crowd looked like. So when Joe Biden went to Pennsylvania, it was a very pro-Republican crowd that was out there in Allentown, around that area. And yeah, I know Allentown, and it sure is like that.
Yeah, look like playing country to me.
So Biden
Pretty
did
much
speak briefly with reporters about his decision to order airstrikes on an Iran ally, the government of Yemen, in retaliation for attacks on Red Sea commercial shipping. But the president also added a crack at the press expense while visiting a shoe store. Would you give them running shoes so they can take off? Joked the president. He's talking about the hecklers, because it was just so many of them out there. Who has taken heat from journalists for giving relatively few interviews and press conferences. So they were out there in full force, y'all. And you know what the slogan for this state was? You've got a friend in Pennsylvania. I don't know if you want a friend in Pennsylvania. That's all I got to say on that one. And I was born there. Look, y'all, it ain't gonna, this is showing you right here. It is not going to be an easy journey for Joe Biden in this country for re-election. It's not. I really think this is a sign of things really going downhill as he's out there campaigning. You know, they may pull that Obama stuff where they vet the crowd to make sure everybody is for Joe Biden in the crowd. They may start pulling that one, because that was done a lot with Obama, ladies and gentlemen. I remember a few times that was done with Obama. And they may have to do the same thing with Joe Biden, so it don't continue to look bad all throughout 2024. Everywhere he goes, he's getting booed and heckled, and people, you know, yelling all kinds of obscenities at him. And because I really believe that's how it's going to turn out for him. You know, you may see it another way, but I'm just telling you, I don't believe this is going to be an easy journey going around the country. And we already know he's not doing great in the swing states. And that might be the reason why he is targeting those states first, because he is trailing Donald Trump. And at the rate that he's going, I really believe this is a precursor for what's to come, y'all, for Joe Biden. I really do. I don't think this is going to go away for him. And he better develop some tough skin as he's out here on the campaign trail. That's all I got to say, because he sure is going to need it big time. Y'all gonna have to tell me what you think about this one. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget.
Yeah, please leave your comment and don't forget to subscribe to Frontline Black News, the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. Okay, you're back, Spuddy.
Yes, sir. And don't forget to follow and like the page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Yeah, she's heavy. That's Cabrera.
Oh, yeah, Stevie. Yeah, she's heavy. Yeah, she is speaking facts. And based on what Sister was just saying, this might just be the tip of the iceberg, man, on hiding Biden.
Oh, yeah. I got another video that I'm about to play. It's going to be really funny.
Okay.
It's going to be showing you the black voters that are in support of the dump as in human shit. I want to make that perfectly clear.
Yeah, and I got to see this shit. This ain't this crew called Niggas for Trumps, is it?
Nah, it's not them. These are average run-of-the-mill black folks that's like, fuck Biden.
Okay. Then write in Jesse Parrish for president.
Yeah, can do that. I got to get registered with the state though. For it to actually count. But yeah, that's the option. You can write in Mickey Mouse. You can write in the third party candidate. Or RFK route. We're not telling you who to vote for. We're saying if you're going to vote, demand something tangible for your vote.
Right. I remember one election, I think it was that asshole Reagan running, and I think I wrote in Mickey Mouse.
I believe it. I believe it. I believe it.
Because Jimmy Carter had fucked up so bad. You had a prime lending interest rate under Jimmy Carter at 35%. 35%. So which means is if you're going to go take out any type of loans or you got to pay interest, they hitting you in the pocket, man, every bit 45, 46, 47%.
Okay, so the next topic is the one I just said. And this is lovely. This is great news, as you always say, Spuggy. This is
great news. Yeah, great news. Great news. Great news. Hopefully Joe Biden lose. And I'm not saying nothing about the ponies or the bums out of Oakland. You know what I'm saying? You know, they back in the barn and they in dry dock. So you and I, man, we'll sit there and argue and debate and heckle each other in September of 2024.
Yep, sounds good. Now getting back to the Jim Crow, sleepy Jim Crow Biden. It's not looking good for you. A lot of our people are starting to wake up. It's a matter of time before you Democrats and your shills are out of business. So
fuck London Bridge, fuck Brandon Johnson,
fuck Eric Adams, Mike Johnson,
all them screws.
Yep.
Because they ain't doing shit for the black community. The only thing what you opportunistic bastards is doing is bending over, spreading a crack in your ass and getting fucked in your ass.
That's it.
At our expense.
Well, tonight on podcast, ladies and
our expense. Yeah. So the next topic is the black voters, us, shock the Democrats by wanting to dump as human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Donald Trump back in office.
Right.
So this footage is gonna shock a lot of you. I got a kick out of it the first time I watched it.
It's the Mickey Mouse Club effect. Yeah, he's right about that.
Yeah, it is propaganda. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the propaganda.
Yeah, it is propaganda, Brother Stevie. Yeah, it is. Yeah, yes, I have one of our residents who marched with Andrew Young. Okay. Are you speaking of doing the civil rights movement there, Brother Stevie? Because I do know that Andy Young did march with Dr. King.
Yeah, that's big facts.
Okay. Yeah. Because there's file footage that I saw when Mr. Young was marching with Dr. King. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I was a child at that time. And I think I was about 8 years old. And I didn't know what I was looking at. But I remember this horse and wagon carrying a casket. And there was a whole lot of black people following it. Yeah, and what I had witnessed was Dr. King's funeral. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to play this clip, y'all. Brace yourselves. Shout out to Uncle Phil.
Oh, yeah. And then also, too, Stevie, there's a dude by the name of Joe Gibson, man, who's running for office.
Go ahead, Spike. I was just telling him, don't vote for that clown. Go ahead, Spike.
Yeah, and then also, too, Mr. Irvin, get with us at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Okay, we got a show coming up on Tuesday. It's going to be at 9 p.m. in your time zone because we come on out here at 6 p.m. in the West. And the number to call in is 516-418-5996. And be sure to add that phone number, sir, to your cell phone plan with T-Mobile so you will not be charged for calling in. And get with us. Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, there was a video that I had just saw on Fox News, and I thought this video was quite interesting. Now, I remember about 3 years ago, and what the climate was, it was around the time of George Floyd. A lot of black people was angry. A lot of black people was upset. And a lot of them wanted Trump out of office. They looked at Trump as the, spawn of Satan and a fascist, racist, and everything else, and how they looked at him. And you couldn't have told nobody that the video I'm about to show you here would even be made with black people speaking about Trump in the way they're going to speak about him. Now, let me go ahead and play this clip. Cool. This is from Fox News. And I was like, wow, really? I just thought that was quite interesting. And I know the Boule and the Democrats, they don't like these kind of videos. They're about to show you. Let's go ahead and roll that.
How's Joe Biden doing?
He's too old. Sorry. But everybody elected him, so that's y'all fault. He's sitting there lying to people.
He's the worst president that we ever had. Joe Biden, please go back to Delaware because New York City, you have no idea what we need.
He's a slimy mother. Take you out to lunch and stick the fork up your ass right after. Who do you want to win the 2024 election, Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
Donald Trump. I want Donald Trump. Trump.
That happens to be me, in case you forget.
When he was in, it was no crime. Crime was down.
Uncle Donald. No cap. That's a nice guy.
Trump is straight up and down, like 6 o'clock. At least I know what I get when it comes to him.
I was more comfortable with Donald Trump in office.
I'm not voting for Joe Biden. And you ain't black.
Trump, that's right, I said it. That's right, I said it. What do you like about Donald Trump? He don't bull. He don't care. I like that.
Trump was giving back people money.
I said earlier, you go from the time of George Floyd when black people was upset, a lot of people saying got to get that Trump out. Now they want Trump back. The same people that wanted Trump out want Trump back. A lot of black people are saying, hey, man, look, I don't agree with everything Trump be saying, but bro, I had money during Trump. You know how many black people are actually saying that? A lot. And there's a lot of black people that are saying, you know what, bro, I'm going to vote for Trump because I need my money. And it's not that they like Trump because they like him. They like the fact of what comes along with them was their money. We live in a society now when Biden came in. Remember, Biden said that he was a lot better than Trump. He was going to save the soul of America. He was going to, unite everybody because everybody was divided. And look at America now. Trump has been out. And America's more divided now than what it was when Trump was in office. Then you have to think why these black people in New York are saying this. The migrant crisis. This migrant crisis is on Joe Biden and the Democrat Party. They're bringing all these migrants to New York, to Chicago, to few in Washington, D.C., not that many, but definitely New York and Chicago, where a lot of black Americans are at. Now the migrant crisis is even affecting white Americans as well. It's like the other day they was upset about the school where the kids were taken out the school so the migrants could be in there. Now,
and we're going to talk about it on part 2.
You have a winter storm coming, and the winter storm is going to hit Chicago and New York and all of that.
It's already happening, Black family. The temperature outside of Lady Chay's window is -8 below zero.
And we're at 40 degrees in Las Vegas, mostly cloudy.
Okay. I'm gonna let it play. I gotta help Lady Che.
All right.
So if they took your kids out to school for the rain event, you better believe they're gonna be putting them somewhere during this winter storm that's coming. This Arctic blast that's coming that's gonna hit the majority, of the country, or even all the way down here in Texas is going to hit. So they made the kids do remote learning for the migrants. That is making people upset. Even hardcore Democrats are now starting to say, okay, man, all right, hold on, bro. Listen, I'm cool with immigration and all of that. Yeah, I believe in sanctuary, but man, this is going too far. This is not sustainable. You're having a lot of Democrats saying that this is not sustainable anymore. And Biden do not care about what's sustainable or not. He is literally flooding your cities with migrants. He is spending your tax dollars on migrants. He don't care if you don't like it. He don't care what you say. He's just going to do it. But yet he tells you, and the Democrats tell you, to save democracy, but it is not democracy for what he's doing, because when the majority of the citizens say, hey, okay, this is enough, we got enough of them, they still keep bringing them in or allowing them in. He's still fighting Greg Abbott here in Texas to try to remove the razor wire and all of that so they can come in very, very easily. They don't believe in democracy, the Democrats. Not at all.
Not at all.
Once again, they're trying their best to try to prevent Donald Trump from actually even becoming a president, because they know they can't beat him at the ballot box, because even black folks are saying, hey, man, I'm going to vote for Trump. Or they say, hey, I'm not voting for now one of them. I'm just going to sit it out. But at least I told y'all this. Hey, as long as you're not giving a vote to the Democrats. And the reason why I told y'all I have such, just focused energy on the Democrats, because I'm so sick and tired of what they have done to my people. I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of my people voting for these people and don't get nothing. I'm sick of my people dancing to the polls, stroll to the polls and all of that. And that's all they do is stroll to the poll and get an I voted sticker, but they don't get nothing out of it. Now you stroll to the polls, you danced, you did all that mess during the election. And then now the migrants getting all the resources that's supposed to go to black Americans in your own neighborhoods. They're putting migrants in black people's neighborhoods. They put in migrants in schools that was closed in black communities in Chicago. When black people want the schools back open, they said no. But for the migrants, they have open it wide up. Don't care about black people. Don't even care about Americans. Let me tell you something. The Democrat Party at this point, they're really just being not only anti-black, but they're being just anti-American. They say screw democracy. They say screw the American people, what they want. Screw them about their tax dollars. we're not worrying about them. We're going to do whatever we want because we are the authoritarian Democrats. We are not about democracy. We're going to lie and say save democracy by voting for us, but you're not saving democracy. You're going to continue authoritarianism with the Democrat Party and Joe Biden in particular. You vote for Joe Biden, you're going to have another 4 years of migrants coming in. They're coming in a way I have never seen before. We always had people come to the border, but they are literally storming the border. This is literally an invasion. They're invading this country. And my problem, and I'm going to continue to say what my problem is with it, is all these military-age men showing up at the border and being let in. Not women and children, men. In my opinion, they need to put a law.
Instantly, DraftKings, you make the playoffs even more exciting. Legendary NFL coach Jim Moore. What do you think?
You Kevin Hart, fuck you.
Even if I don't win a playoff?
Right now, to say no more men could come here through that southern border. Women and children, that's one thing, but not men. Them men need to go to their homeland and fix their homeland. They women and children got to leave because they didn't provide a homeland for them. They need to shut down the border. Literally, it needs to be shut down. This is way too much. So why would we go out and vote for Democrats? Black folks, let me tell you something. Black people are very invested into America, just as much as white people are. And let's call it what it is. Black people and white people got a lot in common with that. We are the only two groups that will be hurt the most by all these other groups and what they're doing and what they're taking away.
Well, I don't care.
Black
about
and white people have the most to lose if something happens to America. See, these other groups of people that come in from these different homelands, if this country get in trouble, all of them gonna leave because they left their homeland. So why would they hunker down and help with the country they at, right? They're not gonna do that. If America get in trouble, they all gonna be fleeing out of here. Because they have a fleeing culture. This is why, as Black Americans and white Americans, that listen, we got our issues and problems, but some of that we may have to put to the side for a little bit to deal with this issue that's going to hurt the book.
Fuck that. Cut the goddamn check.
Big time. But see, the issue I have with white America is that y'all were cool for way too long. Things happening to us. And as long as it wasn't happening to you, you're like, I ain't care. It's not my business. I don't care. Like that, right? But then now when it's touching, I told y'all a long time ago, white America, they perfect oppression, discrimination, thievery, and everything else on us. Then once they perfect it on us, they coming after you. Because you are not immune to oppression. You're not immune to thievery. You're not immune to gentrification because it's going to be coming to your neighborhoods too. You think it's only going to be in Black neighborhoods? Oh no, they're going to gentrify you too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you're going to be complaining about you can't listen. You're already complaining now. Mm-hmm. You complaining you can't afford homes, you can't afford food. Inflation is high, 3 times the rent wherever you move. Right? So many white people are complaining. Go on TikTok. White people are crying about what's happening to them, saying they can't afford anything. Sounds like Black people, literally. So white people, what are you going to do in the election? Are you going to go out and vote Democrat too? It's not just Black Americans that vote Democrat now. Now, based on the numbers, half of you vote Republican, half of you vote Democrat. But those white Americans that vote Democrat, are you going to go vote for Joe Biden? Are you going to vote for him? Are you going to bring in, because trust me, you go out there, white America, and you go vote Democrat, you're going to have migrants coming to a home near you because they're going to be knocking on your door and say, hey, can I be let into your house? It's already happening in New York. It's going to start happening to you. You want more of that? Because listen, Black America don't want more of it. We're like, nah, man, we good. We are good, bro. We are cool. We are awesome. We don't need it. Y'all have to all get in unison and say no more sanctuary cities. That should be illegal. But it's going to take Black people and white people saying the same thing. because blacks and whites got a lot to lose to what's happening in this country right now. And Biden don't care. Biden will get out of office and he gonna go live his life and be comfortable. While you, as white Americans and black Americans, as the both of us, is gonna be dealing with the fallout, all this mess. Because all this stuff that's happening, importing all these different people, not vetting them, don't know where they come from, don't know if they let them out from the insane asylum, you don't know if they let them out of the prisons, they empty their prisons. We don't know anything. This gonna come to a head in a bad way, what they doing in this country, man. And black folks and white folks who got the most vested interest in America need to say, hey, look,
This is terrible.
we all gotta be cool on, be cool at least for 5 minutes, and we all gotta be in one accord about this migrant situation, because this is way too much. All Democrats need to go, all of them, because they all in. To me, this is undermining America. All these Democrats and what they're doing with this situation. This is undermining. Joe Biden trying to go start another war. He's bombing people in the Middle East. Didn't even talk to his Democrat lawmakers about it. They even upset about it. He's doing whatever he wants to do. And you know good and well Joe Biden would draft your children into a military draft. He would do it.
I'm like 8 cents a pound.
He has no problem sending your children to war.
I mean,
Y'all really need to think coming up in this election in 2024. Democrats doing all this fear mongering. I don't fear no Donald Trump. I don't fear anything. If I need to fear something, it's y'all. Fearing y'all getting us into a world war. Fear y'all, destabilizing America, literally importing the third world, because that's what you're doing. That's not a bunch of doctors and lawyers coming across that border. That's not a bunch of surgeons. There's not a bunch of neuroscientists. There's not a bunch of inventors coming across that border. They're not sending the top of their country across that border. We're gonna have a problem. But y'all keep voting Democrat, black and white folks. Keep voting Democrats. You will see. Listen to Boulay Martin and Angela Rye and Tiffany Cross and Andrew Gillum. Listen to them if you want to. Go ahead. All them people I mentioned, they're not gonna be affected. You will. Because they got enough money to insulate themselves from the problem. Y'all gotta really think about this mess going on in this country. This is getting bad. They're literally ruining New York City, ruining that city. It's a big mess because Biden won't do his job and secure the border because he wants an open border and everybody can just come across. The next Congress that come in, y'all have to demand, hey, we got a asylum. We need to end that. That needs to be ended. No. If you come across that border illegally, no asylum. Immediate deportation. Period. We don't hear nothing about no court. You didn't come through here the right way, so it's immediate deportation. You're out. We don't want to hear nothing.
Are shocked that black
We have this problem. Go to somewhere else with that. We got enough we got to deal with right here in America. But a lot of black people are, seeing, hey, they see what's going on. They see. That's why I'm paying attention to all this stuff's going on with Trump, with these cases and all of that. I'm watching all that or whatever. And all that's quite interesting. You're hearing more and more things come out. And these prosecutors and lawyers have been meeting at the White House. Biden say he had nothing to do with it. But then with finding Willis and her drama going on in Atlanta right now is coming out that she have an affair with a special prosecutor. But the special prosecutor sent her a bill that he had to go to the White House twice. What is he doing at the White House? Talking with Biden, figuring out ways to try to get Trump. Like, everybody see that mess, man. Everybody see it. But America, y'all better wake up. Y'all better wake up. This migrant thing is going to be the undoing of America.
Well, this is one of the few times that I disagree with
Shabaka, hold on. Go ahead, Lady Shay.
I want to be here for a second. I like 8 cents a pound, family.
Yeah, keep Lady Shay your thoughts and prayers.
Okay.
My heart's been killing me.
What's going on with her?
But like, I was active heart failure, so it's kind of the weekend started off kind of rough. I was in a lot of pain, and so like a wounded animal in pain, lash it out and shit like that. But it's been really
You got a fan or something?
my body's really uncomfortable, so
It's about 2 now.
well, I love people to check.
This is especially the Stevie. Yeah, Democrats.
Democrats matter.
The doll is very sick. Not with a cold or anything, but like right now I got a massive migraine. Everything like the light, like the light in the room is just like heavy. But
Kick rocks lighting.
it's been okay. I'm just really sick. I decided to let I didn't let him, but decided just to sit back and just do the show. And you hear pretty much every topic I ran through. This one though, he's talking about like we should work together. No, I don't think so. I think this mess, they gotta clean it up. They ain't talking about cutting no checks or nothing like that. They talking about doing like people. Now they're affected because their wallet's affected. Now they unhappy. They never cared about black people were unhappy. So that's a big issue. Other than that, I just came in and said hi, see how everybody was doing, and that's it. I just went up. I would come back and sit quiet, quiet, because like you can't think straight. You ever have a migraine? You know how migraines go.
Okay. Like I said, keep Lady J, y'all got some prayers. Thank you for speaking your piece, Lady J.
Yeah, it's sad.
Okay, that she got heat.
Rest and be quiet.
Yeah.
If I was,
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, do you have heat?
She got a couple of space heaters, but no,
Yeah.
her apartment still doesn't have heat.
Yeah, I just have I'm in my mid 40s, so just said I'm hormonal. But I grew up, I come from LA, but I spent most of my life here in Colorado, so my body's accustomed to the cold, and my lungs are accustomed to the cold. However, my heart, I get too cold. Like right now, it's 1%. What is it?
It is 6 below right now outside.
It's 6 below zero. So right
Damn.
now, it's cold to have any air really coming in.
Oh, 7 below.
My heart will stop.
7 below now.
And I've been kind of beefing with Jesse about cool air, which it is depends. He's doing the right thing. My defense is hot. I get hot and cold, hot, cold. Plus, I'm sick and not with the cold, not with any of the viruses and shit that are floating around because I've been indoors for the last 2 months. I haven't really left my house. And my brother who's been outside, Jesse's been outside, they pretty much segregate themselves from just out of the off chance that they might be sick. Whereas like right now, me and Jesse, we're in the same room, but Jesse's not sick. My brother's not sick. He's just been together, chilling, watching TV. He came inside, hanging out. Me myself, I can't get sick at all. I can't get any viruses at all. So I've been inside for 2 months because any virus can kill me right now. I have been not really resting and whatnot. I've been trying to force myself to get well. It's not really working. Because you come out of active heart failure, you come out. I came out before, but this is the longest I've been in it. What you said?
Yes. So let's go get it.
Yeah, ready.
All right, Shabaka, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, and I just want to say here that we need more here in 2024. Okay, so the dump as in human shit, and we want to make this perfectly clear. Okay, the Supreme Court says that he can run to be the president. You know what I mean? We knew that. Okay, some bitch just might get reselected. You know what I mean? And one thing about the dump, at least he explains how he honestly feels, as opposed to lying Biden, you know, who has a similar agenda of the dump. Okay, but he's just coming to you with prepackaged bullshit, but at least the dump is real. Now, as far as Uncle Phil is concerned, no, Uncle Phil, okay, it is that I disagree with you on talking about hooking up with our oppressors, man. That's not going to work. That'll be regression and not progression. So with the time, ladies and gentlemen, you know, what is going on with these migrants and all that, the more fucking reason for us to do for ourselves.
Yeah, definitely.
And to protect ourselves, because we have a right to live, we have a right to exist, and we have a right to survive. Okay, so going up there hooking up with our oppressors, no, that ain't gonna get it, because the only fucking thing that's gonna happen is that they're gonna come up with prepackaged bullshit again, and then you're gonna get these brain dead Negroes all Massachusetts. I love you so much, man. What's better than what I got here? And the X-Man told you this over 60 years ago. See, so Uncle Phil on that one right there, you know, is talking about Boss Weesick. But other than that, I ain't got no problem with the brother's reasoning or his success. But don't sit up there and tell us that the only fucking way for us to...
Cold.
Huh?
The flu. When America catches the cold, black people catch the flu.
So, exactly. You say, so, you know, so now this is the more reason for us to become economically self-sufficient. You see what I mean? Say, yeah. That's the more reason for us to become economically sufficient, you know, with science, technology, engineering, mathematics. It says because we're going to be the ones out there, you know, just going to be out there in the cold. You know what I'm saying? And because, you know, these white folks, these, what's that ragged ass broad, Nikki Haley's, Ron DeSantis type of white folks. Oh, yeah. There's a bunch of them. And keep in mind is that at least DeSantis and Nikki Haley are stating how they honestly feel, but keep in mind about the silent majority of these white folks that's going to go out there and selects this shit. Now, if the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear, if he becomes the presidential nomination for the Republican side, his vice president choice is going to be Ron DeSantis.
Where the blue pillow is.
And if Ron DeSantis gets the nomination by a long shot, his vice president is going to be Donald Trump.
I know.
You see? So that's my prediction.
What's either of them?
That's my prediction. Is because, see, what it is, Black family,
really want
they don't want to integrate with us. They don't want to see us be self-sufficient. They want to see us one way and one way only. And that is dead.
Yep.
See?
Been like that since its inception.
Oh, yes, sir.
I don't agree with that plantation talk. Enough talk. I don't agree with working with them. They never really, they just want what they want when they want it right now. They don't even fuck what we want. I don't go fall for it.
Right.
I think that I think that it's their problem. They're the ones that did it, especially Biden. He even confronted. I watch the news every day. Confronted with the situation, he ignored them. He'd rather see the country go bankrupt than stop this problem.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
As far as Trump, I don't think black people should be so excited, but they are. As far as the second the vice president picks, Trump don't want either. Seem like, and
Right.
trying very hard all week vying for a job.
Right. See, but regardless of the fact,
he didn't get enough percentage. I think he needed 10%. He said, speaking to the mic, she's kind of far away from the computer. See,
I'm all the way in the back of the room, Stevie.
oh, I hear you now.
Vivek didn't qualify, and I was like, Vivek, you need to spend that good white money you got and do what everybody else do. And buy your signatures. Oh.
Yeah, Ron DePantis. Yeah, Stevie Irvin. That's what we call him. Yeah, saying that he's a transvestite wearing women's underwear, the punk, you know. And then another thing, too, ladies and gentlemen, it has come to my attention in regard to Ron DeSantis is that he was a JAG officer in the Air Force. That motherfucker never seen any combat.
no, he was just a pencil pusher.
Yeah, exactly. And I got that information from a reliable source.
That RNC was black.
Okay, he said he can hear you now.
They never talked about nothing for black people. Nowhere. So
Right.
that right there is an indication why we should not work with them.
Well, exactly. You see, and then, you know, as Philip Scott was saying, is that white people and black people are going to be in the same predicament. Now, I have to disagree with Phil on that, is because you could best believe with them being white, they're going to be way ahead up on the social strata than we are. Is because, see, we're at the bottom of the social strata. You see what I mean? And this Vivek Ramaswamy and Kyrie Irving, they come from that caste system country called India. So they're going to be, you know, slipping that shit in as well, too. See.
Who Shabana? You said Kyrie who?
Oh, what's her name? Kyrie Irving?
No.
No. Nikki Haley. My bad. Nikki Haley.
Wow, they have a question. It's like, what?
No, not Kyrie Irving.
Most shocking news I ever heard.
Yeah, I'm talking about Nikki Haley. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, and of course, as you do know, what's going to happen is the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Okay.
Black people.
No, she don't. No, she don't.
But she said she grew up with black people when she was a child.
Yeah, right.
I don't even know the basics of
she said she had black friends when she was in school.
Yeah.
Wow.
During the Civil War. You know what I mean? So she didn't know nothing.
And she was a UN ambassador. And Microsoft was
yeah.
To the UN for
Yeah, and I forgot it. Yeah, I forgot under which president though, but she was an ambassador to the United Nations. Yeah.
Under the dumps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Kyrie. Yeah, Kyrie is an NBA player. Yeah, I stand corrected on that there, Stevie. Yeah, because I'm kind of tired, man, and plus that I'm old.
Suspended last year, Sharon.
Yeah.
on social
Yeah. 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 And you know, so he's made his money, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, so what the brother need to do, in my opinion, man, he needs to be the forerunner, man, of starting our own sports leagues. You know what I'm saying?
Ice Cube already did it with the Big Three.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then from what I understand, Ice Cube was having some legal issues going on with that there too. Something about that they was trying to steal his idea.
Yeah, I think he got that reconciled.
Okay.
All right, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna tap out and go back to lay back in the cut.
Yeah.
Have a good show and yeah.
Yeah, he's from Jersey too. Okay, thank you.
Catch up tomorrow.
Okay, Lady Che, and do it as best as you can. You know what I'm saying, to stay warm. And I know you guys are having it rough back there because right now, looking at my weather report, it's 40 degrees.
Oh, it's 9 below. It's 9 below.
Damn.
Sarcastic. Yeah. I'm just gonna lay in the cut because I'm one of those people that get like too hot, too cold, and start catching like right now I feel like a nosebleed coming up.
That's damn.
You got a nosebleed.
That's damn near 40 degrees.
I had a migraine when I sat up to go to the restroom right now. My head felt like it's
32.
just, you know, it felt like somebody hit me in the back, even though that's not what happened. My head was pounding. So I got water I got a water that has to defrost and tita. And
Okay, how's your plumbing facilities working?
It's been going good, man. The boys, like my brother's up front, Jesse's in the back, so they've been running the water and making sure the pipes still freeze.
Okay. Because like I said, I remember one time in Denver, when I was there in Denver about, about 20 years ago, it got so damn cold, the damn toilet bowl froze up, and I had to go get a damn, what do they call them? You know, one of those heaters that you plug up, a space heater.
Yeah.
And I had to put it off in the bathroom for about 4 hours just to be able to flush the fucking toilet. You know what I mean?
I don't believe it. Oh, this is Lady Che. Okay. So Lady Che's gonna lay down, and we got 2 more topics over there.
Yeah. All right, let's do the 2 more topics because the Sandman is starting to work on me a little bit.
Peace out, chat. Talk to y'all tomorrow when we see each other at part 2.
Okay. And then we definitely appreciate Brother Stevie for, chiming in with us. And Brother Stevie, please share this video, as best as you can. It's because our momentum is picking up. And invite others, to check with us, and then call in Tuesday night on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which would be the 17th. Am I right in that, Brother Che? There's next two.
My birthday, Shabaka.
We're having a black celebration.
Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, so Tuesday will be the 16th, you said?
Yep.
Jesse's birthday.
Yep, that's my 37th birthday.
That's interesting. Guess whose birthday is the day after yours?
Muhammad Ali.
Yeah. And of course, we're going to pay tribute to the champs. That there will be the champs 80. Wait a minute. It will be his 82nd birthday.
Yep.
So wait a minute. And we got to do Martin Luther King Day.
Yeah,
okay, Martin Luther King's birthday is tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tomorrow. And because it's 12:09 right here a.m. in the Pacific, so you guys are an hour ahead. So it is January the 14th. So shout out to Paris LaShawn in Denver. Okay. And then Dr. King's birthday, January the 15th. Will be tomorrow. He played from the Brooklyn Nets. Now Kyrie played for the Dallas Mavericks. So he went down there with Mark Cuban, huh? Oh, okay. Just as long as Mr. Irving is still maintaining his NBA career, because those guys to make those professional teams go through a lot. And this is one we had emphasized on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced about forming our own leagues in all major sports, baseball, football.
It's already happening. It's already happening. Like I said, Ice Cube was already leading the way on that. But yeah, we know.
Oh, okay. Okay. More power to Ice Cube. Okay, so he's a pioneer on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, meaning he's the first. That's what a pioneer is, the first.
From this era, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, so that's real good, real good, real good. And then
prior to integration, we had our own leagues.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Negro baseball leagues, and they folded as soon as Jackie Robinson had played for the Brooklyn Dodgers. And Jackie Robinson had stated, and he was only 53 years of age when he died, is that he does not stand for the national anthem. He cannot salute the American flag due to America's bigotry and hatred. And then the shit that he went through when he had integrated Major League Baseball. And he started with the Brooklyn Dodgers in 1947. And I do not know if Jackie Robinson made the move to Los Angeles when they brought the bombs to Los Angeles. And when it comes to baseball, anytime the LA Dodgers go to the World Series, hey, I want to see them lose. I love seeing LA Dodgers getting their ass whooped in the World Series, and I love it when they get the shit beat out of them by the New York Yankees.
Wow. Yeah, damn Yankees.
Yeah, no, because they got a rivalry, Brother Che, longer than the Raiders and the Broncos.
Yep.
Yeah, you see.
That's the oldest rivalry in professional sports.
Mm-hmm.
It's either the Yankees and the Dodgers or the Yankees and the Red Sox.
No, I think it's, wait a minute. You're talking about Boston, right? Yeah, because the Yankees, because the Yankees, they got I think they got a rivalry with them, or is that the New York Mets that has the rivalry with the Boston Red Sox?
I think it's the Yankees, Shabaka.
Okay. Them damn Yankees. All right. And anytime they beat the shit out the LA Dodgers, I'm all for it. I love it. And keep in mind, my whole time living in Los Angeles, I've never been inside Dodger Stadium.
Wow.
Yep. And I lived in LA for quite a few years.
That's like me never setting foot in Coors Field, which I have.
Oh, you hate the Rockies?
No. I'm actually a Rockies fan.
Okay, yeah, you all got one World Series. I know that. So you guys, yeah, because I think the Colorado Rockies came out, man, about the late 1970s, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it was much later than that.
Oh, okay. And then, of course, basketball is here, Brother Paris.
It was the Bears before that. Before it was the Rockies, it was the Bears or some shit.
Oh, okay. Then that means they wasn't in Major League Baseball then.
No.
Oh, okay. And then too, and keep in mind, basketball, is in full effect. So them buckets, you know what I'm saying, are hoping that they lose every game.
Quit hating on my Nuggets, man.
Yeah, well, the Lakers got to rebuild the team. LeBron is too damn old, and I think LeBron is hanging on so his son can get off into the NBA and that they can compete each other and that there will be a historical event. Yeah, because his son is in college over there at the University of South Central, although they call it the University of Southern California, but it sits in the heart of South Central Los Angeles.
All right, so moving along to the next topic. Rapper Cameron from Dipset, which is sure you're familiar with him, Stevie, says that he'd rather be called Black American instead of African American. Africans don't like us. So it's up to Phil again. What is that in the background? So I can feel like a heater, a fan, something.
Oh yeah, it's the fan in the living room, man, heating up this place, man.
Oh,
Understand it personally. People really don't know what ethnicity is. They don't know what nationality is. They don't know what race is.
yes, that's
And
right, Steve.
we're gonna talk about that today with our brother Cameron and
Oh, wow,
his
you're a
position
Mets
on
fan?
his ethnicity. His ethnicity. So we'll
No,
let
he
y'all
says
come on in here and give y'all a few more minutes.
he's a New York Mets fan.
Well, today, Lord, how loud? Give me a second.
And
While I wait on y'all to come on through. Just give me a quick second.
The Nuggets are the back-to-back champs. Now, Stevie, they got to win a minimum of 3, man, to be up there with the Lakers and the Celtics, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God! Stop this bucket.
And the Warriors.
Oh God! Oh, we've been beating the Warriors this season.
All right, I'm gonna get back here and check what y'all saying here for a minute. So we got this freeze coming, especially those of us in Texas that's not used to cold weather. We're not used to that. So please prepare yourself. Those of you who live in Texas, I know you on the East Coast, y'all used to that, but we mostly have a warm climate here. So today I was running around, doing a few things I needed to do. Make sure, the faucets and all that was, wrapped up. Just do everything I needed to do, with that. Just not to say I need to prepare for the worst, but hey, I don't want to get caught slipping, right?
Right.
Well, like the referee says, protect yourself at all times.
But while we're waiting, thank y'all also for joining us on the African Diaspora News Channel app. We greatly appreciate it. Y'all are steadily coming in, and I greatly appreciate all that. We're working very hard to get all this content up. Like I said, I'm start getting, a lot of videos out the vault that, has been taken down. A lot of classics has been taken down.
Well,
we're going to start putting all that stuff up, on there. Some of y'all been asking me for certain series I used to do and all of that. Well, that's all that's going to be on the app.
Be sure to mention Frontline Black News, Uncle Phil, because we certainly we certainly support
you. Go download the app in the Apple App Store and Google Play, and just click one of the videos. It'll say sign in. They got a point that says create account. Then you can select monthly membership, quarterly, or yearly. Like I said before, we're trying to get to 10,000 members this year. 10,000 members. And we can finally, be in a position that we need to be. So we have to deal with the ups and downs, the censorship, and all the different things that we have dealt with on this platform over the years.
But they're on the app now.
All right, give y'all a few more seconds and we'll get started.
Stevie says the Warriors are trash right now. Don't sleep on Minnesota Timberwolves.
Type it in an Apple App Store, Google Play. Trust me, it'll come up. I promise you it'll come up. I promise you. And we're gonna have we're gonna do an update to the app this year. We got definitely an update. So how we started. I started in my bathroom, right? So we updated since then. So everything I do, I'm going to update. Even what I'm doing here now is going to be updated. Once I finish one project I got going on after that, then we're going to do the next major update all the way around. So every year we're doing updates to the platform. We're going to get some commercials filmed, for the app. We're going to, have a push, eventually with marketing. So, we definitely want them billboards out for the app. But yeah, we're going to make some push this year. We're going to get a lot of people involved with helping us make these things. So I feel good about that push. I feel real good.
Instantly, DraftKings, you make the playoffs even more exciting. Legendary NFL coach Jim.
Because we got to push things that we control and what we own. Because, I'm not even, pushing a YouTube channel like that no more. I mean, I don't know marketing. I really push the app. It's something we own.
Okay, well, the basketball season is still relatively early.
How long has it been?
They got 4 more months.
So tonight, as you see, Cameron says he'd rather be called Black American instead of African American. He also stated that Africans don't like us. Now you got to remember
that's bullshit.
Cameron, you know, he comes from New York City, and that is immigrant central. Growing up in the South, we aren't inundated with immigrant central. You know, I haven't really had too much people around me that were African and Caribbean at all growing up. Everybody around me was Black American. You know, now the only people you'll see, you know, outside of Black Americans is Asians, and at least where I grew up, Vietnamese, and then, you know, some Hispanics. It wasn't a whole lot where I was at. Excuse me. Sorry. Give me a drink of water. Make sure you drink your water, ladies and gentlemen. Water is very important for your body. But growing up in the South, we didn't have all these different groups coming in constantly. Like New York, that's like the United Nations over there in that city. So things are a lot different with these different groups like Dominicans and different African groups and other Caribbean groups, ethnicity, race, etc. My Lord. Right when I started this live stream, man, started coughing for some reason. I was coughing all day, y'all. I've been running around, busy, and everything. So let's get to our brother Cameron here, because I want to let that video play, because some people may not have seen this video. And then after I let the video play, I'm going to play it again, but then I'm going to be stopping at certain points for certain reasons. So let me go ahead on and cue this video up. And come on, where we at? All right, Cameron, there we go. Let's get Cameron going here.
Honest with you, I'm be totally honest with you, and I know we got to get back to our topics. We already a few minutes in. I'd rather feel in Black than African American, because Africans don't even f with us.
Wow.
Because they don't.
He's wrong.
And Americans do?
Well, you're American, Mace. You're born in America. When you go to the Olympics, and when I say African American, you go over there, they call us Yankees and all that. They with us, but we're not from the motherland. We're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a Black American. When we go to the Olympics,
then say you're a goddamn slave, Trick.
And somebody Black is fighting from the United States.
No. And this is where the discrepancy comes in, Shabaki. See, the people in your generation and older, y'all still on this fantasy of Pan-Africanism. It doesn't exist. So if we're
it was shattered, Brother Che. It was shattered through the COINTELPRO program. It really was. It was shattered through the COINTELPRO program.
Yes, in 2024. So since it doesn't exist in 2024, then why are we still holding on to it? We're the only ones that are even championing it. These other groups, the so-called Africans, right? They're not championing that at all.
Right, because they're neo-colonialists. That's why.
But even the ones on the continent aren't championing it either. Like
That's what I'm talking about, Brother Che. The ones on the continent have been neo-colonialized. You see, this is why the Queen Mother had said you got to get rid of
the ones that are allowing through customs have too. That's what I'm saying. Like there is no camaraderie there. There is no cohesion there.
That's very sad. You're right. That's very, very sad. But however, though, as what Hoover did, you know, with his counterintelligence program, he was targeting that there as well, too, is because in the mid-1960s, you did have some cohesion going on. Why do you think they killed Patrice Lumumba? Okay, it's because
cohesion, because foundational Black Americans were the ones that were championing and allowing for U.S. immigration to allow the Black immigrants into the country, because prior to that, we're not allowing them into the country in large numbers. That was not happening.
Okay.
We are the reason why, meaning our ancestors, those that were in your age bracket and older, those that are no longer living, they fought for that 1965 Immigration Act to make it even possible that, hey, we're gonna have reinforcements. We're gonna have reinforcements from the diaspora to help us fight
Right.
against racism and white supremacy. And
Right.
no, you had a bunch of tethers.
Okay, like Joe Gibson.
Yeah, he's a tether too, but he's not an African tether. You had a bunch
Right.
of African tethers and Caribbean tethers coming over here, and they're tethers because they're basically the coons of their group. So they're coming
Okay.
over to undermine us and what we got going on, hence why they're called tethers. So they're tethering
Okay.
off of us, they're eating off of us, and they think they're better than us, and they've been told not to have nothing to do with us. So if all of that is happening, then there is no cohesion there. There is no unity there, and there is no Pan-Africanism there.
Okay, now let me say this here, Brother Chad. There was a sister from Africa who did a video, and she had stated, like when they was being prepared to come over here to the United States, right, is that they were shown videos and that they were told by the U.S. State Department not to have no type of dealings with Black people here in America. So I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, they're told that at customs. That's what I said when they go through customs. That's part of the customs. They're told
Mhm.
when they come to the United States, they don't have nothing to do with them Black Americans. They're
Mhm.
they're lazy. They don't do nothing. They're bad news. Stay away
Yeah.
from them. So
Yeah.
that's what they do. They stay away from us. Then they call us Akatas and other horrible names. But we're supposed to be the ones that's pulling the flag for Pan-Africanism, while the rest
Mhm.
of the diaspora is laughing in our face and getting in bed with racism and white supremacy. So no,
Mhm.
enough for that. So it's time that we delineate. So shout out to Cameron for getting on code with what the new Black media is saying with this delineation. It has to happen. We're not just one big nigga. We had an ethnogenesis here.
Mhm.
Those of us that were already here, and those of us that were brought here against our will,
Mhm.
amalgamated
Yeah.
FBA.
Amalgamated.
Yeah. So we are our own distinct ethnic group, our own distinct lineage, and our own distinct nationality, if you will.
Mhm.
Apart from Africa, because at that time, Shabaka, and you know this firsthand,
Yeah.
those countries that exist now did not exist back then. Those kingdoms that
Yeah.
were around back then, they're no longer in existence. So we're going back to Africa. We get told we're supposed to go back to Africa, but where are we supposed to go? Because none of those kingdoms existed then when we were brought here against our will and transported over here in the transatlantic slave trade exists now. There was no Nigeria then. There was no Ghana then. There was no Ivory Coast. There was no Togo. There was no Guinea. There was no Senegal. There was no Namibia or Namibia. There was
Namibia.
no Congo. And the
Okay,
list
hold
goes on.
on. Okay, hold on, Brother Chad. I don't doubt what you're saying. I just want to do some research right here. Okay, just bear with me. Because I do know that Clinton, when he was the president, right, him and Jerry Rawlings had signed an agreement between Ghana and the United States. Now, Ghana was an ancient kingdom, okay?
No, Asante. Ghana is a British name. That was the name the British had gave that part of Africa. That was not
Okay.
an ancient name. It was the Ashanti Empire, and there was another
Okay.
empire that existed at that time. There was no Ghana then. As you know, they had to scramble for Africa, the Berlin Conference, where they carved up
Right.
Africa as a pie in the late 19th century,
Yeah.
the 1800s. So prior to that, no, none of that. Those places did not exist. So when they tell us to go back to Africa, like they're basically telling us that to try to shut us up. And then when we do go back to Africa, it's a finesse. It's a straight up finesse. I got a whole brother out there right now, Sankofa brother, in Kenya, and it's a finesse. It really is. Like he's like these mothers, they love the white man over here. They're infatuated by him. They do everything they can to. I mean, like we covered it previously, Shabaka, with the cake soap. These mothers, they go all the way to lighten up their skin just so they can look more like the oppressor. So
Okay, yeah, that's part of the Ma'afa that Dr. Marimba and he was talking about. Okay, hold on, Brother Che. Now, I pulled up an article here that says the fiasco between Africans and African Americans. This is dated June 10th, 2020. Okay, all right, hold on here. Now, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, Brother Che, but I'm just pulling up some old files, in my memory. Okay, for a long period of time, there's been a long existing history of an unfathomable and a silent, raging rift between Africans and African Americans, as some now refer. It should be noted that the relationship between these, no, goddamn, boy, these white folks, it should be between these two races can never be erased or forgotten, even though there seems to be a discouraging high level of historical ignorance or lack of in-depth understanding, especially amongst the newer generations of, I'm going to say Africans, man, because we're still the same fucking race. The connection between Africans and African Americans goes quite a long way.
That is the question. Africa is not a race, and Africa was coined by the Romans.
Okay, all right.
Those people, the people that exist on that continent, did not consider themselves Africans. Back then, they do not consider themselves Africans now. We're literally fed that that's the mama land, and that's where we all belong, and all of this shit. But the people that are there currently, right now, and have been there for generations upon generations, do not consider themselves African. They consider themselves whatever the colonizer named, whatever piece of Africa that they're in, or Al-Kibalon that they're in right now. That's what they refer to each other as. So they put their flags up. Whenever they get an accomplishment, like in the Olympics or something, they'll put their flag up. But it's a problem if we do it.
Well, keep in mind, Brother Che, is that Archie Moore, the former light heavyweight boxing champion of the world, he was going to go to Nigeria to be their boxing coach, but they pulled the plug on it at the last minute. I don't know if this was I think it was the 1976 Olympics. Okay, now they got this wording up here by this individual by the name of Audrey Smedley, who believes race or ideas about the difference in human color was developed during the era of African slavery. He believed up until the 18th century, Africans were generally positive people who engaged mostly in farming and cattle breeding.
There's no denying that. The question is, do these people even consider themselves African? And they don't. They
okay, but that's okay. Now, Brother Che, now I'm not
Ethiopian. They consider themselves Ghanaian. They consider themselves Senegalian. They consider themselves Zimbabwean. They don't consider themselves African. And they come up with bullshit. Like Michael Black's son, for instance. He's from Ghana. And his passport says he's white. It doesn't say he's black. It doesn't say he's African. It says he is white.
So he's European. Like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a fucking boar. He ain't no South African. He's a damn boar.
The difference between him and the musty man, though, is Michael Black's son is like a city in black.
Okay.
He's damn near blue black. Talking about he's white. So there is
wow.
There's a lot of crackatosis that still exists in the Mama Land, in Alkiba land.
Okay. Oh yeah. Well, that is, or like I said, Brother Che, that is neo-colonialism. And Sister Miriam Makeba, you know, before her passing and during her career, as you know, she had emphasized, you know, binding the gap between us here in America and there on Africa, is because, as she has stated, is that a lot of the history was translated orally, okay, and then they did not recognize Africans until the white man said, you know, we discovered you, so poof, you exist, which is ridiculous. Now, this is what Miriam Makeba said. This is what Mama Africa said. Now, keeping in mind,
they discover it.
Okay, now keep in mind, though, Brother Che, Blacc is a label. Okay, Stevie Irvin.
That Stevie Irvin, it's a mindset, and we're not the ones that came up with this shit. It was the oppressor that came up with this shit. But even to ancient Kemet, the people, the Kemet knew that they were black. They literally painted themselves black. They had all kinds of different paint. They could have painted themselves. They painted themselves black.
Well, let's look at the Sudan, okay, which is right above Kemet.
That's Nubia, Shabaka. That is awesome.
You want to know something, Brother Che? You got a point on that. Okay, wait a minute. To prove your point even further, Brother Che, is because, and we are the original man. Yes, sir. Stevie Irvin. Okay, but however, though, wait a minute. Because you had the ancient empires of Kush, Nubia, Akusa, Ethiopia, because Ethiopia has been there since the biblical times. Okay, and the women are hypnotically beautiful from Ethiopia. Okay, then you had Zimbabwe.
Yep.
Then you had Azania.
It wasn't in Zimbabwe back then. It was Rhodesia.
No, Rhodesia was named after a dude by the name of Cecil Rhodes, the same one who's the Rhodes Scholar was named after. But Mugabe, when he became the president, he had changed the country's name back to its original name, which was Zimbabwe.
Yeah, but it was something else before it was Zimbabwe.
Okay, but also too, Brother Che, as we all know.
Rhodesia too. It was something else before Rhodesia too.
Yeah, Zimbabwe.
No, it was something else before Zimbabwe, Shabaka. Like it was a whole kingdom. It was something else. Like I literally studied all this stuff back in college. But
okay, I'm sure you have, Brother Che. I'm sure you have. Hold on.
The 55 current nations that make up Africa did not exist 500 years ago. Did not exist 400 years ago. They didn't even exist 300 years ago. But the Berlin Conference was late 1800s, maybe 200 years ago. Maybe.
Yeah, the Berlin Conference was 1888. Yeah, it was the Berlin Conference. Okay.
1884, Shabaka.
Okay. I was close. Okay. Hold on, Brother Che. I'm trying to pull up some material right here.
Yeah, you can Google it. I've already done the research, but yeah, you can Google it.
Okay. I'm sure you have.
I work for it to do the research, yeah.
But I'm just pulling up some books right here. Oh, man. Okay. Hey, Brother Che. Brother Che.
To get to this clip, Shabaka.
Yeah, but on that issue there that we're talking about, man, please note that there for a future episode on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, because I got to pull up some information.
Okay.
And it's going to, take me a few days to do it.
You don't say African American, you say American. You don't even put a color on it. It's an American fighter fighting a European fighter, or China or Japanese or anything. You're known in the Olympics as an American. It doesn't matter what color you are. You're an American fighting against somebody from Cameroon or Senegal, whatever. The point being is they don't categorize it when it's world competition.
Yeah,
when it's
because they don't know any
needs
better,
to be
because you're still a
categorized.
goddamn slave.
I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself African American. And shout out to all my niggas in Africa.
Yeah, I don't consider myself an African American either. That's
Well,
bullshit. How the hell? No,
Yeah,
that's
go ahead.
bullshit, Bacc, because how the hell are we African American? No other group is categorized like that. There's no other group on this planet that is categorized as two different continents. That doesn't
Okay,
make any
but brother
sense.
Che. Okay,
That
but
doesn't make
brother
no
Che.
sense, Bacc. And then
Okay.
if you want to categorize yourself as African American, then Elon Musk is an African American.
No, he's a boy.
Khan is African American. The Afrikaners, the Boers, are African Americans that have immigrated over here to Americas. So, no, I'm not African American. I'm a Black American. I'm a foundational Black American, descendant of American child of slavery, freedman. That's my identity.
And mine, and my identity, brother Che, is that I'm a Black man in America. Period. You see, is because as we stated before. Okay, let's turn back. Our history. Okay, if you take a brother from Cameroon, you take a brother from Haiti, you take a brother from the U.S.
Yes. Okay, I get what you're going on. I know where you're going with this, Shabaka. They see us all as one big nigga. The problem is the rest of the niggas throughout the diaspora do not see us like that.
Okay, now see,
it's the same. We are not the same. We are a whole different ethnic group. You don't. That's like trying to say a Japanese is the same as a Chinese. They're not. They're Asians, but they're not the same. They're not the same ethnic group. They're not the same people. It's a whole different lineage.
Okay. Now to prove your point even further, you got Chinese, you got Japanese, you got Vietnamese, you got Burmese. Okay, wait a minute. Well, Burma, they call it Myanmar now, I think. Okay, but anyway, but they still are Asians. Okay. But with us, we still have this African blood in us, is because why do you think we don't sit out here and bake in the sun out here, man, in 115-degree temperatures?
That's the melanin, Shabaka. But even white people can claim African blood. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't work because they all are gonna say, well, we're all Africans. We all come from the same African mother and all of this shit. But at the same time, they don't identify as that. We're the only ones that are told, you're African, you're African, you're African. You go over to Africa, they do not consider you African. I've
That's from neocolonialism.
Seen it from people that I know that have went over there that are foundational Black Americans.
Yeah, I have too. I've had relatives that traveled over there.
No, you're an American.
No, sir. No, I'm a descendant of slaves here of African descent, because if I was a goddamn American, then the fucking police would not be putting guns up to my head and pulling me over, man, with no probable cause.
No, that's because you're Black, Shabaka. But anyway, he said that's part of the Census Bureau facts that label us African Americans, and we are not resonating with that shit no more. It's not flying no more. That Jesse Jackson shit is not working. Jesse Jackson is the one that
fuck Jesse Jackson.
He's the one that introduced that term. Prior to that, we were Black, colored,
niggas,
Afro-Americans.
Right.
Now all of a sudden, Jesse Jackson come out, 88. The same Jesse, I am somebody. That Jesse Jackson, Messy Jesse, came with this. We're African Americans. We need to reconnect with the continent. No, stop it, Jesse. We're not going for that. And here's the thing, Black family. Every 20, 30 years or so, our classification, our label changes in this country.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, on that part there, you're right. But I do ask one thing, Jesse. If you and I ever disagree, man, let us at least disagree agreeably.
Right.
Okay, but like I said, man, let's research it. Let's do a story on it. You know what I'm saying? Let's do a story on it, because like I said, man, I'm on my way out, man, and like I said, I got to make sure I do my job, man, for the generations, that come after me. You see what I'm saying? The concept of Sankofa, which is going back to tradition, is the first step forward. You see what I mean?
Or going back to the past and fetching something and bringing it to the present. Yes.
Right. But at the same token, though, I'm not going to sit up here and hate on African peoples, okay? Because like I told you, because you remember that day, Jesse, when I went over there, man, when I called you up, man, and I went into the Starbucks, man, over there by the Bayfair BART station, and I asked the sister, I says, are you Ashanti or are you Fulani? She says, I'm Ashanti, but if I was Fulani, I would look just like you. So, I mean, you know, we've come a long way.
Because we share the same phenotype, that makes us kinfolk? No. We share the same phenotype with people in this country right now that look just like me and you, and we do not consider them kinfolk.
No, because they're our enemies, because they hate us, because they can't be us. And like I said, and you know my challenge to Joe Gibson, bring your white ass out here in his desk.
I'm talking about Pianki. I'm talking about others.
Oh, yeah.
That look like us, have a similar lineage or the same lineage, and we cannot stand them. That's what I'm talking
about. I hear you. Yeah, I can't stand Pianki. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's let this brother say what he's saying.
Good, much love. But y'all don't consider us real Africans.
All right, so you heard everything he had to say. So now I'm going to play it again, and I'm going to stop it at certain points and interject because there's a lot of things that he said in here. So let's start it again.
Honest with you. I'm be totally honest with you. And I know we got to get back to our topics. We already a few minutes in.
Okay, what's the facts, Stevie Irvin?
I'd rather feeling black than African American.
Now let's stop right there. Forever in this country, United States of America, we were called black. You had the terms Black Power. You had songs like I'm Black and I'm Proud. You know, Black Love, Black this, everything black, right? Black excellence. We identified ourselves in this country as black. The African American thing, if you want to talk about that came in the 80s or so with Jesse Jackson, that we have not always labeled ourselves as African American. We always label ourselves as black. So saying we're Black American is really what we always said what we were in this country as a.
Oh man, them goddamn commercials, man, can't stay those motherfuckers. But if you're gonna call yourself an African American, then you might as well go back to your colonized.
We get into ethnicity, race,
you know,
later.
Because you might as well go tell that rape and slave trading pedophile that you still his nigga. So say what now?
It's a two-way street. You can't have where you can't say that and then at the same time you're embracing somebody that's like I'm a Jamaican, I'm a Haitian, I'm a Ghanaian. No, you can't have it both ways, Shabaka. If you're saying that we're brain dead because we're identifying with the country that we built, but you're accepting those that are identifying with the country that was that they had colonized, and they're identifying with their colonizer, then but you're accepting that, but you're not accepting the fact that we're acknowledging that we're Black Americans here. It just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, see, Brother Che, is that, our history is so complex, okay? And we've been through so much of the brutalization, okay? And I got to dig the book up to read it, man. Definitely check out Dr. Marimba Ani, because when she describes the Maafa, the disaster so bad it's beyond description, this is all part of it, in my opinion. Okay, but I got to read it, because, for her not her master's degree, I'm sorry, for her doctorate, she came up with the Urugu because, as you know, she was a student of John Henry Clark. Yeah. Okay. And, but in my opinion, repeat my opinion, is that it's all part of the Maafas, because like I said, when we get jacked up by the Los Angeles Police Department, they gonna say we got 4 niggas right here, period, rather they're from Jamaica, the Ivory Coast.
Yes, the official Caesar says one big nigga. Yes, there is no denying that. There is no disputing that. The problem is the rest of the diaspora does not see us as one big nigga. They come over here.
Then they need to come to Los Angeles, to Denver, New York City, and get stopped by the police.
Even then, they still don't identify with Black. Black is a term that specifically Black Americans identify with. Those in the diaspora do not identify with Black. If you call them Black, they will cuss you out. They will tell you they were anything but Black. I know because I've done it. I've had it happen to me.
Okay, now who is this?
Shit, Romel's cousin did that shit. Romel's cousin is darker than me. And he got mad at me because I called him Black. I ain't Black. Don't call me Black. I'm not Black.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a real thing, Shabaka. Like, it's not something that we're making up. It's not something that, we just feel like this kind of way. No, this is really happening. So, like I said, shout out to Cameron for getting on code.
All right, let's hear what the brother got to say.
Wow.
Now, he just said that Africans don't, he said, mess with us, right? Let's talk about that. As Black Americans in this country, we all are together. Yeah, we got our differences here and there, but we're all together. We never separated from each other. You understand? So when you have different groups that came in, let's say from the Caribbean, came in from the African continent, what did they end up doing? They didn't say, okay, let's go and just go with our Black American brothers and sisters. What they end up doing is separating themselves, right? And when they separate themselves into Nigerian groups, they separate themselves to Ethiopian groups, they separate themselves, okay, this little Haiti over here, you know, this is Jamaica area here, and everybody kind of stayed to themselves. That is something that we never did as Black Americans. You understand? So you have people that racially look like us, racially have a African origin, but yet this is the first time that we experienced a rejection like that by supposedly our own people, our distant cousins. And you have to understand that Black Americans have been the ones that wanted to promote global unification more than anybody else of Black people. So when Black people said, okay, in the 1960s, let's fight for our distant cousins to come over here, and we thinking in our mind they will come here and be assistance to us in the struggle as Black people, right? But when they came here, they wasn't trying to get involved with any of that. They parents, the ones that mostly came here first, which they were vetted by the U.S. Embassy. That's what people don't realize. They vet these people that come in and make sure they don't let in the Julius Malema types. They want to bring in the Candace Owens. They will bring in the Jesse Lee Petersons. That's what they're bringing over here. So since they're bringing that over here, of course they don't want to get with us. Of course not. And then the folks tell them when they come here, stay away from them Black Americans. Leave them alone.
That's a fact, Dr. Phil.
You know, you can do things good by yourself. Still, don't talk to them. Don't whatever. Then when some of them have got over here, don't marry Black Americans. Stay away from the Akata, the Jareer, and all that sort of thing. So when Black Americans heard that, that was actually, whether they admit this to you or not, those of you who could be listening globally and throughout the world, that actually hurt Black Americans because, listen, we're rejected by the white supremacists. That's fine. We don't want to be with him. Right. But our own people rejected us. Our own people that look, it's even worse when supposedly our own people that come from the motherland reject us, supposed to know better than that. And yet they kept rejecting us. We talking about in America. I'm not talking about the continent. This is an American conversation right now. We get to the continent for 1 second,
please.
So you keep doing something when you keep rejecting.
Okay, the thing is that unifies us, though, now correct me if I'm wrong, is the music, okay? Is because when why do you think we always put Mama Africa on there, man, on our tracks? You know what I'm saying? And then when you listen,
that's uniting us, Chewbacca. It's Black American music. Black
Okay,
American
but keep
music is what is driving all the movements since its inception. Like we are the ones that they want to walk and talk and act like and dress like. We're the trendsetters. Whichever way we go, the rest of the diaspora wants to go. So no, it's not the music per se in the in Africa. It's not that, because if that was the case, then that stuff would have been popping and cracking back then. It wasn't. They gravitate off of our shit. They're listening to our artists. They're listening to our genres. But go ahead.
Okay, no, but I was just saying is that when you hear a lot of the rhythms that come off of the continent, particularly with the drum, and I forgot what they called it, man. It's out of Southern Africa. They call it the African thumb piano. I believe that your boy Maurice White always used to play when he was with Earth, Wind, and Fire. So there's definitely some commonality with us and them, okay? Is because here's one thing I know for a fact. You can't get that raggedy bitch Chiara to sound like Miriam Makeba.
No.
You can't get that raggedy ass stinking hoe to sound like Simbigani Kumalo.
Yeah, well, Sierra is a poor example, Chewbacca. Like, if you're gonna do a comparison, at least do somebody that got some talent.
Yeah, I hear you on that one there, Brother Paris. But like I said, man, and Brother Stevie Irvin, you're welcome to join us on Chewbacca's Black Experience and Enhanced too. And like I say, Brother Paris, you're more than welcome, man. You're the co-executive producer. You're more than welcome to put a story on it.
Okay. Let this video continue.
Yes.
We got like we got 2 topics after this.
Okay.
A person, when you keep hurting them, when you act like you're better than them, right? When you do that, eventually a person's going to respond by saying, you know what? Okay, fine. I'm going to accept it. You don't want to, be with us. You don't look at us as family. You don't, like we look at you as family. So that's fine. No problem. We kind of got over the hurt and pain of that, because that is hurtful when family rejects you, right? Mm-hmm. So now sometimes the hurt turns into anger. You understand what I'm saying? And so now you're seeing some of the vitriol now of some, not all, some Black Americans with anything related to the identity of Africa. Now, for a person to say, now let me tell you what people also hear when you say I'm Black and I'm not African. What you're saying is I'm ethnically Black, but see the only problem we have in America is that we call our ethnic group Black, and Black is also a racial category just as much as African American or African is a racial category, right? So to someone outside of us, when you say, well, I'm Black, I'm not African, then it sounds like you're rejecting your racial category, right? We're the only group that interchange race and ethnicity at the same time. Only we do that here in America. No other Black person do that. African person, Caribbean, Afro-Latino, nobody do that but us. So we know what we're talking about when we say it, but sometimes it can be a little confusing if you hear it from the other side. So no, you're not rejecting your race. You're not rejecting your origin. We all know we have African origins. We all know that. But what we're saying is culturally, ethnically, I am Black American. But let me continue it, because there's some things he said too I want to home in on.
Because they don't.
And Americans do?
Well, you're American, Mace. You're born in America. When you go to the Olympics,
Now, he said about you an American, right? We are Americans. We are Americans. If you want to know if you're American or not, travel. When you go get a visa, they see America, the United States. Let me say this. United States with all that color thing. Most countries, when you get a visa, they ask you nationality. What's your passport number? Your name, your surname, all those, your address, all that sort of thing. They do not ask you about no color. They ask you your nationality. Your nationality is American. That's what you are. You are an American.
Dr. Phil,
and when I say African American, you over there, they call us Yankees and all that. They with us, but we're not.
He's right though. Africa's not a nationality.
No, Africa is a continent, actually.
Yeah. So where's the lie in what he's saying?
Well, I'm getting the impression of the undertone right here is that this dude feels more closer to the rape and slave trading pedophile than his own people.
How though? How?
Okay, well,
on the show every week we built.
Say what now?
I said how though? We literally say on the show every week we built this country. There would be no America without us. So we're just about as American as anybody else because we are the reason why there is an America.
Well, because of our slave labor, Brother Paris.
Correct. So he's talking about nationality. He's not talking about race. He's talking about nationality. He's saying when you travel outside of the United States, they don't care about your race. They don't ask you about your race per se. They ask you your nationality.
Okay, but you got to keep in mind, though, Brother Paris, is that the damn Africans have been colonized. You see what I'm saying? And then, as we have stated,
it's not just.
I'm sorry.
You're saying you travel anywhere across the world, they're gonna ask you your nationality. They're not gonna ask you your race. They're gonna ask you your nationality. They're gonna ask you, your address. They're gonna ask you, where are you from? Like, what country are you from? They don't gonna ask you what race you are. They're gonna ask you what country are you from? What is your nationality? So what is our nationality? Because we're not Africans. We can't go to an African country and say, hey, I'm a citizen of this so-and-so country. You can't do that. There's no country in Africa that offers dual citizenship to foundational Black Americans. There's none.
Ghana was offering it during the Clinton administration.
No, Ghana, that right to abode is a scam. We would really need to do a show on that, dissecting that, because that right to abode, that's not dual citizenship. That's not even a visa, really. And in order to get it, you got to be there for like 10 years, and you gotta have some serious bread too, and you gotta buy. You gotta show that you can contribute to their country. Whereas these motherfuckers that come over here and they eat off of us, we can't go over and eat off of them.
Now, as I do recall, Brother Che, is that Clinton, when he was the president, and the president of Ghana at that time, I believe his name was Jerry Rawlings, had signed the dual citizenship, for Ghana and the U.S.
You're talking about the right to abode. That's what I was just describing. And no, it's not dual citizenship. You don't have dual citizenship to Ghana. You don't. You have at the very best a temporary visa.
Okay.
Or a long-term visa, but you don't have dual citizenship.
Okay. All right, okay, we'll pull it up, man, okay, because like I said, I'm going off my memory, okay, but I just want to see what it was documented. I do know it was during the Slick Willie administration on that. And then the cold part about it is, now here's something for you. This might even support your premise a little bit. Clinton, when he was the president, he went to Accra, Ghana. And then the people there, they were so happy to see old Slick Willie, right? And they was trying to, take pictures with him and all that. And old Slick Willie was telling them, you know, to get away from them and all that old type of shit. But then you got to keep in mind, though, that Slick Willie's from Arkansas also. So connect the dots.
In Arkansas is where, Shabaka?
Yeah. They say, and I'll never set foot in that motherfucker again. You know what I'm saying?
What country is Arkansas in?
The United States.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I'll never set foot in that damn state again, you know, because I don't like that raggedy ass governor down there, that nasty ass looking slob. What's her name? Huckabee, I think.
Yeah, slob is right. Yep. Sarah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because she wanted to tear down the monument to the oh boy, let me see, Elizabeth Eckford. Okay.
A monument to the Little Rock Nine.
Right, there you go. There you go. Yeah, there you go. But however, though, it's very interesting is that when you see African women throughout the whole diaspora and on the continent, you know, they got that curvature, and that's the only woman, you know, that has that on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
They say that's all what I'm just saying, though, Brother Parrish, you know. But let's see what this man is talking about.
From the motherland, we're from America, so I rather say I'm a Black American.
You're correct. If you were born here for the past 400 or 500 years or so, then yes, you are an American. Not to say it doesn't remove your African DNA. It doesn't remove that. But ethnically, culturally, we are Black Americans.
We go to the Olympics as a country, and somebody Black is fighting from the United States. You don't say African American, you say American.
Because in the Olympics, people go by nationality. They don't use race. So let's
put a color on it. It's an American fighter fighting a European fighter, or China or Japanese or anything. You're known in the Olympics as an American. It doesn't matter what color you are. You're an American fighting against somebody from Cameroon or Senegal, whatever. The point being is they don't categorize it when it's world competition, but when it's other, it needs to be categorized. So
that's the lunacy of America. America is the United States, or even the Western world, is obsessed with race. They obsessed with that crap. Most countries label their people as nationality. Why you think when people come over here, even from the motherland, I'm Nigerian, nationality. I'm Ghanaian, nationality. I'm Kenyan, nationality. I'm Ethiopian, nationality. Even though they have several ethnic groups in those nations, but they label themselves as that. I'm Jamaican, nationality, right? I'm Haitian, nationality. When you come here, people don't say I'm just an American. They say, no, I'm a white American, a Black American, an Asian American, because this country is literally obsessed with race. Let's continue.
I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself African American. And shout out to all my niggas in Africa, much love. But y'all don't consider us real Africans.
That's from the colonialism.
All right. So let me get back
and the neo-colonialism.
The reason for it, but it doesn't.
So the last thing he said is y'all don't consider us real Africans. I've traveled to the African continent and I love it. Beyond which I love it. The people treat me very well. They really do. I have not had one experience on the continent where I can say, oh man, they treated me. If they'd have treated me bad, I would have came right on this microphone and told y'all, man, don't y'all go over there, man. Don't do that. And I'll tell you why. The issue with the African continent that I can tell you as a person that has gone, and when you hear them say it's the government that's the problem, it's actually true. It's not an excuse. The African government is the problem. It's not the people. If you actually go and see the people yourself and talk to them, we get so much love from the people. We get so much respect from the people. Like they are so welcoming, loving, and everything else to you. I'm telling you, that's been my experience and several other people's experience. Is when you get to the government aspect is the problem. Because you have to understand, a lot of these African governments are leaders that are complete Western puppets. They don't even do good for their own people.
Okay, that's the problem.
Why do you think
That's
they're
the
running out of
problem
there?
right there. They puppets.
Period. Right? But what Cameron said at the end is actually true culturally. I'm telling you, if you are a Black American, you was raised here, you was reared here, you have our Black American culture and identity. When you go to an African country, you're going to find out real quick you're not culturally African. I'm telling you that. I love going. I love
Brother,
it, but
that
I'm
is
not
the
culturally
Ma'afa.
African. And that's okay.
That's what Dr. Ani said about the Ma'afa.
Okay. Now, do I have African DNA? 100%. Yes. Can I trace my people back to the motherland? Yes. But culturally, listen, culturally, my culture is not an African culture. It is a Black American culture.
Yeah, of a slave, right?
To the motherland, I represent for Black America. I understand that I'm an ambassador, whether you like it or not, because I've seen some of you say, well, why you said that in that interview? You don't represent us. I don't care what you say. At that moment, I'm an ambassador for Black America, so I'm going to speak like it at that time. And I'm going to make sure to represent our group right, because we have a lot of social capital that's very high in the African continent. So it's okay to say, hey, I'm not culturally African. We're not. The first time I seen that really was in Ethiopia. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. People so nice. The people say welcome home and all of that. But I don't have Ethiopian culture. I have Black American culture.
You have slave culture.
Went there. Great people. Treated me so well. Met great people, got friends in Kenya that I know I talk to this day. But culturally, I'm not a Kenyan. I'm a Black American. South Africa.
Slave.
I relate to them a lot more than any other African country I've been to, be honest with you. I relate more to South Africans because we kind of mirror in what we went through in a lot of ways. And even then, even though we mirror each other and we can have a lot of similar conversation, but I'm not culturally a South African. I'm culturally a Black American. And that's okay.
Slave.
It doesn't mean you don't have African DNA. Come on, that's science. But we're culturally Black Americans. And like I said,
Slave.
The term Black is our ethnicity and is our race. So they intertwine with each other. No other group does that but us. So if a person says, and we hear them say, well, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican. Well, technically, see, this is where the confusion starts. Because are they saying I'm Jamaican culture, I'm not Black American culture? Or are you saying I'm Jamaican, I'm not Black as in race? See, that's where the confusion starts for what I see. There's a lot of confusion on that term. And like, for instance, Jamaicans, when they say they Jamaican, it's no confusion on that, right? Jamaican doesn't tie a racial category to it. Because if you, and we get to the definition of some of this stuff, but if you get a citizenship in Jamaica, technically you can say I'm a Jamaican too, but I'm not of the ethnic group, but I'm technically a Jamaican. But let's get into some things that I want to talk about here. Ethnicity. Let's talk. Let me set this up. Hold on. Let me get my little trusty board up here. Hold on. Well, the person said that it's nothing for them to learn. Well, that's the point of ignorance. And one thing that I've learned as I'm steadily learning, I don't really have time for ignorance. And if you want to be ignorant, I believe you have a right to be ignorant. But there are some people that actually like to listen to things. They like to learn. They like to grow. So, hey, you know it all. God bless you. So let's start off on. Hold on. Let me fix this. What happened here? Did I mess something up? My trusty. Give me a second. Well, while I need to go fix this real quick, let's look at something on the screen here. I want to show y'all a particular guy, and you tell me who you think this is on the screen for a second. Who is that? Who is that on the screen? Y'all should know who he is by now.
It looks like the baby. I think that's the baby. That's an artist.
Oh boy, I think Stevie went to sleep on us, brother Che.
Yeah, just
You still with us, Stevie?
No, that's not a Black American on the screen. You don't know who that is.
We are Cushites. Kush, black is not a race. Okay. All right, Stevie. All right. Jim Henson, puppets. Shaking my damn head. You talking about the Muppet motherfucker. Africa is a dope continent. Okay. And I've been there at Little Rock, Arkansas. Okay. Now, I've been there. My passport is valid. Okay.
He said something I want to touch on, but let me get back to
or a passport. Here. Okay.
Real quick. So let's
start love
with
you, bro.
Love you too, bro.
Now, ethnicity is the social group a person belongs to.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
And either identifies with or
still
is identified with by others. Ethnicities are usually identified with a specific geographic region. Let's say where the group originated. Like Black America, we originated here, our group, Black Americans. Now, ethnicity is defined by a mix of cultural and other factors, including language, diet. Give example. What is a diet that some of us eat? Let's say like something like, we create different foods, soul foods, whatever. We have many foods that we've created. Religion, ancestry, physical features, traditionally associated, let's say, with race. Other characteristics of ethnicities include culture, heritage, history, customs, family life, ritual, and they say also food. So without ethnicity, let's go back to the main thing that's been told to us several times, which we view as disrespectful, saying Black Americans don't have a culture. Well, a culture has to do with many things, and we're going to expound on that. We have a heritage. Obviously, our heritage. We have a history in this country. We have a lot of customs. You know a lot about customs and family life and rituals and food. And now they say ethnicities may be divided into subgroups or tribes, which over time may become separate ethnic groups themselves. Now, a person's nationality is where they are a legal citizen, usually in the country where they are born. So since I was born here in the United States, I'm an American. But if I became a dual citizen of somewhere else, let's say South Africa, then I could say I'm an American and I'm a South African.
But if you're born here and you're anything but Black, you're not a slave?
What I'm saying is, though, is that we was brought here in chains, Brother Paris. We was brought here as chattel.
First of all, only 6% of us were brought here in chains. There were already Black people here. This has already been well documented. That's why.
Okay, well, see, that's Abu Bakari.
Yeah, this is Ivan Van Sertima, Abu Bakari, Renoko Rashidi, John Hendrick Clark. The list goes on and on and on. We have
Marimba Ani.
Yes, we have the documentation. We know that we were already here. So
we had circumnavigated the globe, like I said, during the time when Mansa Musa's brother, who had came here when Mansa Musa had sent his brother out, sailing around the world.
Yes, that was in the 1300s, but we were already here before that. We've been here
okay, well, see. Okay, but that's just it though, Brother Che, is that, you know, we are the originator of the sciences, the originators of navigation. Now, this is where your boy, Dr. Ashway Kwesi, has laid down a lot of knowledge on that.
I'm talking about here in the United States and America, in the continent of America. We've been here for hundreds, not millions, thousands, if not millions, not millions, but thousands of years. We've been here. So when he's saying, you know, when he's describing culture and you keep saying, well, that's slave, that's slave, that's slave, that's not true, because we already had a culture here before the raping, enslaving, trading, pedophile even arrived on this part of the world.
Yeah, and that raping, slave trading, pedophile, yeah, he was still one nasty motherfucker, yeah, because he didn't believe in washing his ass. Yeah, that's for damn sure. Yeah, he was a nasty motherfucker, man. You got that right. But anyway, though, Brother Che, on that, man, like I said, feel free, you know, to produce a podcast on it, you know, and what have you, you know. Like I said, and I got a lot of reading here to do. So still cracking this book, man, on by Lerone Bennett, you know what I mean? Because, you know, he's dealing, you know, with the beginning of time in that one right there. And one thing I will say, man, about doing the work that we do here, you know, we do a lot of research, you know, for damn sure, you know. But to sit up there and say that we got something in common with a stinking, nasty, uncivilized, filthy ass savage who did not wash his funky ass, you see what I'm saying? Who will sit up there, man, and would much rather live with the smell of shit than a clean body, man, is beyond me. Now, as a sister explained to me in Oakland, California, who was from Ethiopia, okay, she had stated that the ladies there, you know, not so much just in Ethiopia, Brother Che, you know, because we had ways of commerce back then. As you know, we had ways of communication, you know, through the drum. We also had ways of communicating off the Nile River. Now, what do I mean by that? Okay, you would have a brother up there in northern Kemet, okay, who would put a device into the Nile River, and he says, okay, well, I'm trying to get this message here to this brother down here in Tanzania. And I forgot what the real name of Lake Victoria was. And they will get the message, man, you know what I'm saying? And, hey, man, well, here's the reply to it. And then, as you know, Brother Che, you know, we gave the world sanitation. We gave the world geometry, trigonometry. But then the fuck boys out of Greece, excuse me. Oh, boy, I'm starting to catch a cold out of y'all sending me a cold through the internet from Denver, Brother Che. All right, okay, but anyway, though, but see, but our culture, where we come from, man, is so vast, Brother Che. I guess I'm gonna have to concede to you, brother, that anything is possible. But one thing is for sure: at the time that we were building the pyramids, the white boy didn't know how to wash his ass. At the time we were mummifying our dead, you know what I'm saying, and performing brain surgery and dental work. You know, that motherfucker was up there trying to make a damn wheel out of a piece of stone with his ape-like, hairy, nasty, stinking ass. And then
nationality, but ethnically,
huh?
And
Go ahead, brother. Yeah. He was walking on all fours, man. I mean, the motherfucker's a savage. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of holding back a whole lot because I don't want to get us barred here, because you got these Caucasoids running this bullshit. Well, you niggas is talking to militant and you motherfuckers ain't, you know, and all that old bullshit. So I'm pretty much, you know, I'm going to have to, when we do the show on this here, Brother Che, I suggest we kind of like use some coded language, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
Yeah, because this is definitely something that they would use against us, is because, You know, we tell these motherfuckers about themselves. We tell them about ourselves, and we don't bite our tongue. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't deny with anything, you know, with what Uncle Phil is saying right there. Very intelligent brother. You know, he started from a shower curtain. Hell, man, you know, I started, man, in a damn Starbucks restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Before we hooked up. You know what I mean? And then when we was with Black Thoughts and Theory, man, you had called in, man, and when we was talking about Hollywood's effeminization of the black male, and that motherfucker, man, is still getting hits on it.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, that's our most listened episode besides the one, you know, is the dude you call the Sambo Rambo Negro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the name of that episode there, is the Inner City Blues. But the key word on that is, black parenting and Inner City Blues. And that brother's going to come up to me. Oh, man, you know, why the women talk to me like that? Well, look, fool, look what you saying about the women.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then you sitting up there telling me that one of these damn Barbie doll Becky's, man, is finer than this Ethiopian woman, man. Is you crazy?
Right.
Go to Oakland, California, you'll see a whole bunch of them, man, and you're going to be sitting up there just making you melt. You know, and I asked one, I says, well, why are you women from Ethiopia so beautiful? You know what she tells me, Brother Chet Perry?
What?
She says it was from God.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah, she said it was from God. So, you know, and this is why we get the hate mail that we get and what have you, you know what I'm saying? And then for any of our listeners out there, me and Brother Paris, you know, we're not arguing, you know, we just disagree and agreeably, you know, it's because like the knowledge of what we have and where we come from is the land of knowledge, you know, and this is what old Dr. Ashwa Kwesi is about. And I am going to have to get next to it. And who was that there you were saying, Brother Che? Ivan Van Sertimer and Chancellor Williams, I believe you had quoted.
Chancellor to, I left Chancellor out. I said John Henry Clark, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, John Henry Clark. Okay, that there was Marimba Zaini's mentor. Yeah. Yeah, Marimba was a student of John Henry Clark. Okay, all righty.
And Dr. Renoko Rashidi.
Okay. Yeah, and he just transitioned, man, within the last couple of years.
Yeah, I met him right before he died.
Did you get a picture with him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's history right there, brother. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know.
I got one of his books.
Okay, yeah. Anytime you come across somebody like that, brother, definitely
by him as well.
Encase it. Yep. Have you read it yet?
Yeah.
Okay, encase it. Okay. And the reason why I'm saying encase it, man, because that might be, you know, something to value for you, man, you know, like when you get off in my age group, you know, which would be 30 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. See, yeah, you encase stuff like that because I got an autographed picture, you know, from the brother who was a heavyweight contender out of your neck of the woods, Ron Lau. And he had passed on. Yeah. And he had passed on. You know, I met the man personally. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. You know what I'm saying? So stuff like that, man. Yeah, you want to encase, man. You know, because see that those are heirlooms, man. You know, when you come across great scholars and stuff like that. You know. But what Dr. Phil is saying here, you know, because if I'm going to call myself an American, then I might as well tell that raping, slave trading pedophile that own my family, I'm still your nigga. Now, that's just my opinion.
Well, like I said, if that's how you feel about it, then you shouldn't accept somebody that says they're Ghanaian, Jamaican, Haitian, any of those nationalities. Because
the Haitians were French and the Dominicans were Spaniards. The Brazilians were the Portuguese. Yeah, because that's why they speak Portuguese there in Brazil, because it was a colony. And as you know, the Portuguese tried to go up there against Her Majesty Queen Nzinga, and she fought them no good, stinking, nasty ass bastards, you know, for 50 years, all her adult life. You know what I'm saying?
More of them like that.
Huh?
Too bad it wasn't more of them like that.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, the French, no, I'm sorry, the Portuguese, when they came from Lisbon and told Her Majesty, well, you're a colony of Portugal. She says, motherfucker, you care to repeat that? And he did, and she started putting in the work. And I mean, she was out there in the field too, just like Her Majesty Hatshepsut, just like Queen Amina of Zazzau, which is modern day Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. You know, the Dua Mujale was something real, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you talking about the homie, they're based off of the homie tribe. But
Yeah,
yeah,
the homie.
Before we close out.
Yeah, because we've been on 4 hours now, man. Yeah.
I'm Black. I'm a Black American. That's ethnically, for me at least. Now, race is a classification of humans into groups based on physical or social qualities. And I say the term has been in use since the 16th century. Most people did not label themselves by race at all. That is something that the white supremacists brought in, which created a mass confusion. Most people labeled themselves by tribe, they labeled themselves by lands, they labeled themselves by religion, etc. Now, culture. Let's get into culture.
Jay
now,
Millicent, what's cracking?
Arts, social institutions, and achievements of a particular nation, people, or other social group. So, you know, we have our customs in Black America.
Recordings just got better.
Sorry, y'all.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard.
Yeah,
I'm
skip
so excited
skip that.
You know, many of them. Name some of our
Jay
customs
Millicent.
that we have, ladies and gentlemen. What's a custom that we have in Black America? A common custom that we practice in Black America. Natural folk poetry is not a semantics argument. It's called definition, and people need to be educated. The problem is people don't want to be educated and know the differences with culture, ethnicity, nationality, and race. It's you got to know that to even know how to combat people disrespecting you, actually. So you say like, it's like customs. You say that now, you say the arts. Now you mentioned, hold on, what person? Low quality mentioned in the arts, R&B, hip hop, rock, blues, etc. That's considered the arts, right? Social institutions would be something like an HBCU, right? Black history museums, you know, different social institutions, achievements like Lewis Latimer creating the filament of the light bulb. That's an achievement of our culture, right? First open heart surgery. That's an achievement of our culture, Black American culture.
Dr.
You can
Daniel
talk about
Hale
all the
Williams.
inventions that we, you know, you can talk about George Washington Carver. You can talk about freedom fighters like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. You know, so many different people that's in our culture, right? Culture. Black Americans not only have a culture, we are the culture. Now, let's go back to Burna Boy again, right? Now, Burna Boy here, he's a Nigerian. Look at how he's dressed. He's Nigerian. That look he has right now is Black American culture. But this guy opened his mouth and said that we didn't know who we were. Obviously, we know who we are because you dressing like us, the chains you're wearing and whatever, right? Now, let's get Burna Boy off of the screen and show what his culture actually looked like. Let me get him off of here. This is Burna Boy's culture right here, Nigerian culture. He was born in Nigeria, so that's his culture. Why isn't he rocking those clothes? Right. His cultural clothes. When you come over here to America and tell us we don't have a culture and say, okay, fine. Why aren't you dressed like your culture? You say you have a culture, your culture been around for thousands of years, fine. But you do not dress like that. Remember, Burna Boy is not dressing like his people. He's dressing like a doggone Black American rapper. This Burna Boy right here say we don't have a culture, okay? But then this is what his culture is and he don't want to wear it. Why isn't he rocking that on stage? Right. It makes no sense to me. Or you may have women that come from different places. oh, Black American women don't have a culture. You laying your hair like Black American women. You're not wearing the dresses that come from your culture. You saying the same slang. You're wearing the lashes. You're doing the nails. You're wearing the Jordans. You're doing everything that Black American women are doing. But then you turn around and say, while you cosplaying a Black American, we don't have a culture. Like, that's the craziest thing ever. Like, to me, the craziest thing ever. That you say we don't have a culture, but yet you cosplaying us at the same time.
Pan-Africanism actually was a thing. It's not a thing no more.
I know, and that's sad too, Brother Jay. Yeah, you're right, but it's really sad that it isn't. Is because you see, I was speaking to somebody, and I think you and I had this conversation, man. Because if it comes to a total Black revolution, man, you're gonna have to knock off at least 1/3 of these motherfuckers, man, because they'll sit up there and sell us out and go right there, you know, like that house Negro. Like, oh, what's that? Yeah, and Samuel L. Jackson, a very fine actor, you know, and I really didn't see why he had played that role in what's that? Django. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And he was an ass-scratching ass house nigga and all that old type of shit. And a man of Mr. Jackson's caliber, of his achievements in Hollywood, he could have turned down that role and it wouldn't have hurted him. Now, if he was up and coming, they say that's a big difference. You see what I'm saying? And that there's a trip about Hollywood. But let's look at Muhammad Ali. You see what I'm saying? When he had stated in 1974, they says, well, because you know it was Ali who said he wanted to have the rumble in the jungle, man, in the Congo. You know that, right? Yeah. When it was called Zaire. And the reason they said, well, why you wanted to have it over there? He says, because when I get the crown back, I want to do it in front of my African brothers and sisters. And thus, that was the creation of the term Ali Boumaye.
Yeah, well, again.
And I lived through it. You know,
everybody was well, not everybody, but the leaders at that time were on that Pan-Africanism. It's not the same now. It's
right, and then yes, sir.
No, that does not exist because
because
we're the only ones that's promoting that shit and pushing it. Nobody else.
They ain't. And you're right on that there, Brother Paris, and they ain't, and that is part of the Ma'afa. And man, and I really wish we can get Dr. Marimba Ani, on here, to explain it. You know what I mean? It's because over the course of my lifetime, man, behind this, man, I've gotten into arguments, fist fights with motherfuckers, man, and what have you. And then there was, and the majority of the people I disputed with, when my mind was sharper than when I was in your age group and a little bit younger, well, hey, Shabaka, man, you was right. And I says, well, I wouldn't have said it, with that, not without doing the research. That's why I got all these books right here, by Lerone Bennett. And then I got this real thick book here by Frederick Douglass, you see. But at the same token, though, but why is it that Black people in the United States want to feel it's so necessary to be aligned, with this Caucasoid? See? Mm-hmm. Yeah, riddle me that. Is it still the syndrome of boss we sick? You know what I'm saying? Because these motherfuckers damn sure ain't our relatives, because that raping, slave trading pedophile would get up there and sell his own goddamn quote unquote children on an auction block. Look at Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings. You see what I'm saying? Look at that film, like I said, and if you ever get a chance, Brother Paris, and let me know if you checked it out. The film called Band of Angels. You see what I'm saying? With what was it? She was the same woman, man, that played Moses' wife in the original Ten Commandments. Yvonne DiCarlo was her name. And she used to do a television series in the 1960s called The Munsters, where she played Lily Munster. Yeah. But then when, she grew up and her mother had died, and she would always ask her father, well, how come mama's buried over here and daddy, your relatives, is buried over there? And so daddy died, and so then here come the people who had the mortgage on the property, or his creditors, and says, no, bitch, you part of this motherfucking collateral right here. This is because to find out, you know, you could take loans out on your slaves. You could borrow against your slaves. You could rent your slaves out. You see what I mean? And when I tried to have an intelligent conversation with that dude, Pianki, he rejected all that. And this is why him and I, you know, feel toward each other the way we do, and which we will continue to do. You say, because I tried to apologize to him. He didn't want to accept my apology. Well, then, nigga, fuck you. You know?
Right.
Only thing I know, I tried to make the situation right. You know what I'm saying?
It's Burner Boy.
Yes, sir.
Burner Boy.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Here, dressing like a foundational Black American, talking about we don't have no culture.
Okay, you're talking about the rap dude from Africa, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you say, yeah, Burner Boy even got a grill. That don't come from Nigeria, bro. That don't, you know what I'm saying? So when somebody tell you that we don't have a culture, don't argue with them at that point, especially when they cosplaying a Black America. Don't do that. Just say, okay, I'm not going to even entertain you at this moment. I'm just not going to do it. Because why? Now you cosplaying me. You know what I'm saying? So we continue to say customs, laws, dress, as we talked about earlier, architectural style, societal standards, which we have instituted a lot of societal standards. Let's talk about one thing we have instituted in society. We're fighters. That's part. Do you know our fight and our spirit of the fight is part of our Black American culture?
Yep.
So much so that everybody mimics our culture to fight against anything. And when we, the cultural fighters that come from Black America, stay silent about any.
You want to be great? You need to sacrifice.
Man, click, man, pass the commercial, man. Fuck them in their commercials.
Why Black Americans not saying anything? Why? Why they quiet? Then they try to start gaslighting us to say, hey, well, we were out there with George Floyd. Like, okay. I mean, we didn't ask you to. We had that on our own. We didn't need you out there, bro. We didn't ask you. Why you ain't saying nothing about
Django Unchained?
I mean,
is
we
Nigerian.
don't live over there, so I mean, what you want me to say? I mean,
the potato chip. Please specify. Django Unchained. I dug Django Unchained.
Right now, let's get to delineation. That conversation of delineation.
Jay Militant, FBA, motherfuckers.
Black Americans are the last to the delineation.
That's right.
Party. Everyone delineates. Everybody. But, you know, I've been sitting back watching the conversation for a while. I've been seeing like the rage, because people have been raging out about Black American delineation. They've been, really raging out about it. Like, how dare y'all say y'all gonna focus on Black Americans? Like, how dare y'all say that? And I'm like, but everybody does that. Everybody. Let's call it what it is. Even in the African continent, they call each other going into each other's countries foreigners.
Yep.
You're not my people, you're foreigners. Now,
that's neocolonialism.
Well, no Black person should be calling each other a foreigner in a Black nation. If we all Black, then we ain't no doggone foreigner. We come from different lands, but we're not a foreigner. But in these different homelands, they say, you not me. I'm from Barbados. You're not Jamaica. You know, y'all Jamaicans, we from Barbados. You Trini,
which was a colony of
all y'all
England.
Delineate. But when it comes to Black Americans, what I'm noticing is that Black Americans are like basically being bullied into flat blackness to a point, but everybody else don't have to practice flat blackness.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to and y'all help me with this. Why? Listen, if we gonna be doing flat blackness, let's do it. Okay, I'm with it. I'm with flat blackness. But it can't be Black Americans practicing flat blackness and then everybody else still can delineate and separate. You can't have it both ways, brother and sister. You can't. And remember, this is a family conversation. This is not a conversation of hate. This is a conversation of love. We have love conversations over here, right? Our distant cousins got to understand that when you family got to be together. You can't separate. That'd be like me having separation from my children or things like that, right? No, my family has to be together. We have to practice either unity or this is what, listen, Black Americans was never delineating. Never did that. I will say this truth. Y'all that came into this country from these different lands, y'all brought that delineation. Y'all brought that division here. We never had no delineation talk in Black America. We never talked that way. We never thought that way because we were all Black. We were all together. We suffered together. We had triumph together. Y'all came into this country bringing that mess in here. And then now that Black Americans are doing exactly what some or y'all are doing that came to this country, now y'all crying foul. It's like my grandfather used to say, nobody likes the taste of their own medicine.
No.
And you know how I feel. I believe Black people should work together globally. And I do work together with Black people globally. I have Black people working with me from several countries. And I'm good with all of them. But in America, this is a different conversation, listen, that's why I tell y'all, don't judge the people that came here as a representation of the continent. I'm always going to tell you that because you're going to see something totally different. And then they'll tell you over there, hey, them that went over there, they wasn't right here either. They'll tell you that. When I hear a person say, well, Africans don't like us, I know you didn't go to the continent. I already know the moment you say it, I know you didn't go. I know you didn't go. Now, Cameron saying Yankees, I was never called a Yankee in the continent. Not one time. Not once. The moment I spoke, they say, you Black American? Oh, man, I'm glad you're here. And they just want to start talking to me about everything. They want to hear everything. They want to hear the stories. You know, they are the ones asking Black Americans, why don't we come back to the continent? Why don't we, build something over there? The people are doing that, not the governments, but the people. Now, I know some people say, well, what about all the people that got scammed in Ghana? Do you know how people be getting scammed? Like, this is the thing. Just because you go to a different country and these supposed to be Black folks, right? Why do you drop your sense of street smarts? I mean, come on, most of us come from the hood. Y'all go do things over there that you wouldn't do here in America. Do y'all ever, some of y'all are getting scammed by people and you don't even research the laws. Why would I go to a different country and don't read the law if I can even own land in that country as a foreigner? Y'all just going over there spending your money with people and not even reading the laws. Or some of y'all are buying land and y'all didn't even go see the land. That's like going to buy a house in America. You just heard about it and saw it online and you just bought the house. You don't know anything with the house. You don't know what's going on with it. You don't know nothing, but you just bought the house and you saw it online. Now, in America, you have certain protections that you don't have in other countries. It's true. But we got to use some common sense. If something that sounds too good to be true, a lot of times it is. It is. Sometimes, listen, in those situations, you got to go to those countries with your eye on that after you do your research. And foreigners, for instance, in Ghana, cannot own land anyway like that. Not actually outright own it. So you need to do your research. You just got to do your research. That's the only thing I'm saying. Don't just be so mesmerized because scammers are everywhere. So like, I don't see how people get scammed here in America. All these too good to be true, schemes, Ponzi schemes that people get sucking into right here in America every day. I'm like, how do they not see that one as a scam? You know what I'm saying? Pocket Watcher and JT, he's covering scams all day long that people are doing. I'm like, wow, really?
Oh,
Brother,
yeah, Dr.
sister, you
Khalid.
did that kind of scam? So you can get scammed anywhere because I saw that too, is that people saying, oh, see, that's scam Africanism. Like, bro, people get scammed here every freaking day and going to federal prison behind scamming right now on Black American community. So please, crime is everywhere. You just, the thing
could
is,
you specify,
I don't know why
Jay Millican bringing in that bullshit,
them
looking down on us, what the
like
fuck?
a higher, I don't know why
Please
you thinking them
specify.
higher or something like.
He's talking about what Uncle Phil is talking about. Them coming over
Oh,
here
okay.
and they have this preconceived notion that, we're Katas and Jorels and whatever other derogatory terminology they use to describe us Black Americans. And they think that they're better than us and they can look down on us. And it's like, no, motherfucker, we fought against our goddamn oppressor. We still fighting against motherfucker. We didn't bow down. We fought. We didn't flee. So that's where the distinction comes in.
Okay.
Like, then what you think about people here? Like, you going over if you look like a lick, people gonna get you. And you going into a foreign country, come as an American, because you are an American, you better believe that. You an American, so you're going to be looked at that's having more money when you go anywhere. So if somebody's a scammer, yeah, they trying to get you. Because you got your nose wide open. You got American dollars. Your currency is higher than theirs. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They about to. Yeah. If you don't do your due diligence, get with the right people. Say, hey, I need to get with a real estate company. I need to get me a lawyer. I need to do all type of things that you need to maybe consult before you make that kind of move. And some countries are just not good to be doing business in. I mean, do you research some of the companies that has an ease of doing business? I mean, the research is right there. It's right there, but unfortunately, I just understand that people have been too lazy to do the research.
Show earlier, Jay, people don't want to research nothing.
Call it what it is. Some people are lazy, so that's how you getting scammed. Panic Sell Poppy said you better know the language or pay. You say I'll pay what in local currency. That's another thing about the language. That's why I always tell people that you want to go visit, go to an African country that speaks English.
They don't.
There's 26 nations on the continent.
Skip the commercial. Skip the commercial.
Speaks English. I will always tell you the best country, go to Johannesburg. Start there. It is easy for you to be acclimated there. You can use your credit cards and all the stuff you kind of used of. The people, you can vibe with them real quick. It's not hard to vibe with South Africans at all. I always say start there, but some of y'all want to Nigeria. You want to go to Nigeria as your first country. Nigeria is one of the hardest countries to travel to unless you experience traveler. Then Nigeria wants all this, your bank statements and all. Like, what?
Yeah, he do
South
got
Africa,
a point on that because I was getting a whole lot of scam mail from
you just show up, give them your passport,
Nigeria.
immigration, let them know how much how long you're gonna be there. They give you 90 days or whatever. You can stay 3 months, and then
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. You can go right on in. And South Africa ranks number 4 on the continent as the ease of doing business. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all something. And maybe if I say something, maybe they'll hear me and some will move a little faster. I was trying to hold this off, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell it. So
No, there's me coughing, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you remember when I talked about the government is one thing,
yeah,
and the people are another, and I can easily separate the people from the government, kind of like this country. Most Americans that I run into, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever, are mostly good people. They really are. But our government sucks. Our government do things all over the world that most citizens would never agree with. Stealing resources, bombing people, displacing people, doing all kinds of things that most Americans would never agree with or never even advocate for. It's like the migrant crisis. All the stuff with the migrants is because of our government and what they've done to those people's countries. Most Americans would have never advocated for that, right? So we ended up setting up like at least a division of African Diaspora News Channel in Kenya, right? And we did that through Worldviews. They had this thing where they help you set up business over there, right? So after a time, I say, okay, well, we're going to kind of just, kind of separate from that and just kind of do a business transfer on our own. And we just kind of have it there and we build some things like that just on our own. I mean, that was a way in, great, but now we're going to do a transfer. So we paid a lawyer, and then I'm like, okay, what's taking so long? Versus I've done this in the States and all you got to do is put a change, give the percentages, pay your fee, and you get your paperwork. Just like this. It's been so many months. Well, this happened, talk to another lawyer and say, well, it's not really much. You got to wait and wait.
What's
and
the
like,
word,
why are you playing around with paperwork?
All right, Jay
I'm saying, but that's a government thing. That's not the people.
Them nasty motherfuckers are mentioning me half-naked pics talking about they want me to come home,
people
brother.
Playing like that. See, I ain't got time to play. Shit. So when I see people play or hee-haw around, when it comes to business,
bullshit like that there
I get turned off and I say, okay, look, whenever you get done with it, you can fine, but I'm going to look elsewhere because I have a thing about the ease of doing business, right? I just have a thing about that. Or I saw another brother recently, and O'Shea Du Jackson showed this video, this Jamaican brother wanted to invest $100,000 in Kenya. And he's having problems with it, right? And I'm like, what? You having a problem with paperwork? So once again, it's the government. So what I would say to people in Kenya, because some of y'all are watching, fix your crap with the government in Kenya because y'all are holding potential investments, business back versus countries like South Africa. I asked Mark and Dr. Latasha about, hey, how is for setting up business? And it's like that to do it. So, and I'm the type of person, how I've always operated in business. If I keep running into a brick wall somewhere, then I turn away from it and I go maybe somewhere else and use it as what works. Because I say, well, maybe God don't want that. He may want it over here. So when I go to South Africa in April, I'm definitely going to be looking into a whole lot of things because we're going to have an operation on the continent. Now, South Africa, Johannesburg, which I prefer to be there anyway, it's the place it'll be there. And we definitely build an operation there, right? Because I buy very well with South Africans. But it has nothing to do with Kenyan.
There is electromagnetic energy.
Well, man, old Dr. Phil there, man, he must be a millionaire, man.
Once again, the people are great in Kenya, but the government and the things they do and the hee-hawing around and taking their time
2 million subscribers
versus let's say a country like the United States, they move real quick. Well, baby, you create a business. Of course, you got to follow rules here and laws here, but that's what I'm talking about, and that also stifles jobs that can be brought to the country that can, stifle a whole lot of things, right? Now, some people say, oh, well, that's just Africa. That's how it is. Well, I don't accept that's Africa. I don't accept that because you're living in a global society and you're going to move. At least when I'm around, I'm going to move a certain way, period. And if it's just not the certain way, I'm just not going to move that way. So, yeah, the government in Kenya, can y'all kind of get y'all act together a little bit, speed up paperwork a little bit more, It doesn't take that long to make a transfer. It don't.
Yeah.
Letting
I
y'all
would
know.
like to ask Dr. Phil. I mean, I would like to ask Phil right here. Who is the liberator of Kenya?
John G say the lack of intelligence in the chat is sad. Well, John G is not their fault.
Gonna be the Mau Mau.
It's not their fault because
Yeah, he led
America
the
don't
Mau Mau.
educate us. They indoctrinate us in this country. America taught us to be isolationist.
His name
What I
was
mean
Jomo
by that
Kenyatta.
is America's taught us like we're the only people in the world that exist. So since they haven't taught us about other people and other cultures, they don't even encourage us to get passports. They don't. Only 32% of Americans have passports. A passport is only $130. People waste that at a restaurant. They don't even encourage us to world travel. They don't. We still arguing about ethnicity, race, and nationality. Something we should have learned in elementary school, maybe middle school. And yet people are still confused by that, but it's not their fault because the American education system do not teach you to critically think.
Nope.
They don't teach you about geopolitics. They don't even really want to teach you about American politics and how the American system works. They want to give you a bare minimum education. They want you to be a worker ant and work all your life until you're dead. They don't teach you the art of business. They don't really promote any of that. I mean, think about that. I mean, like I can't get mad at people because I used to get upset with people when it comes to that. But I had to think how they were educated. And then in some of our communities, we aren't given the resources for education. So sometimes we don't have the best of teachers in our schools. So, I mean, unless they got, and listen, like me, I got more of my education outside of school. I have. I didn't learn what I know today in their schools. I didn't learn crap.
Okay, I think I'm gonna stop it there.
Okay.
Yeah, Zoria Lyons say America taught us to be self-centered and think about ourselves as individuals instead of a unit.
Yeah, he's just going up with questions now in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got 4.5 hours in right here.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on? Let's get to the comments real quick.
Okay, let's see. Jay Militant, 49er fan, and let me know, Jay Militant, how they doing, man, because I might hit one of these casinos, man, and try to parlay $50 into 200. We fought against this beast through an African mindset, all due respect to our African wars, but we needed the FBA, Foundational Black American Mindset, as you see. Foundational Black Americans moves the needle.
Yep.
All right, Jay Militant. Okay.
Yep.
No, in how's San Francisco, Jay Militant? I know you guys are cold over there, man, by that water because we 40 degrees here. Slave South Africa, they love white supremacy. Yeah, the Boers. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'll never call a motherfucker like Elon Musk an African. He's a goddamn Boer. He right about that they is slow on that paperwork. Okay, Jay Militant. Okay. Oh, we play next week. Who y'all playing next week, man?
I think they're still waiting.
Oh, okay. All righty. Yeah, because they will be hosting. Okay.
They're waiting to see who they're going to be hosting.
Okay. And we have stated too, Brother Che, on past episodes on Shabaka's Black Experience and Frontline Black News, that we should be controlling all these major sports, man, because of the talent level that we have. If all the black NBA players form their own basketball league, if all the black NFL players form their own basketball league, same thing with Major League Baseball. I honestly believe that the general public will go see our talent, you see what I'm saying, and the fucking NFL will crumble. The NBA will crumble. Major League Baseball will crumble. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just say, and I would love to see your generation do that, you know, from the other side, being with the ancestors to do just that. And throw these crackers back off in the motherfucking Ice Age or wherever where they funky asses was from. Because no, we are not the same. Mm-mm.
All right, it's 3 o'clock in the morning here, so I'm gonna end it here, Sparky.
Okay, and we're at 204 here. And Jay Militant is at 204 because Jay Militant, you know, we're still in the same time zone. All right, man. So
later today, what they're playing.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Jay Militant says we find out later today. Okay, Jay Militant. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, on my closing, very, very interesting subjects right here that Dr. Phil here, you know, was laying down and whatnot. And then we're going to get back to the Blog Talk studio, Brother Che, you know, and I'm hoping that you took down the notes and because I'm so damn tired. Then we'll discuss these subjects, you know, that we slightly disagree agreeably on. You know, and see what the dynamics would be. And then also, too, ladies and gentlemen, when me and Brother Paris, you know, had this conversation, you know, our channel is going to be open to black folks only, okay? And we're going to tell you that right now because we are not going to be listening to none of you Caucasians because you motherfuckers was crawling on all fours eating raw meat when we were building the goddamn pyramids. So this conversation is going to be in-house, straight out. We don't need no Joe Gibsons. We don't need no Piankis. You know what I'm saying? You know, and no, hell no. We ain't the goddamn same. Come out here to this fucking desert in about 6 months. You know what I'm saying? You know, and like I said, and I've been on this planet over 60 solar returns, and I have never experienced sunburn before in my life. And I spent the majority of my life out here in this deserts of Southern California and the southwestern U.S., you know. So we ain't the goddamn same, you know what I mean? And in a way, we kind of feel sorry for you Caucasians, you know. But one thing about you Caucasians, your venomness, your Donald Duck Trumps, your Tricky Dicks, your Andrew Johnsons, you know what I'm saying? Your Nikki Haley's, your DePanties, and your dump ass and human shit. You motherfuckers, you got some very, very serious inventory that you got to do with yourselves. Y'all talk that shit because though that we all the same because you don't want us to rebel. But the cold part about it is you ain't got nothing to worry about. And we ain't gonna rebel against you. We don't have the resources to do it, but y'all's virus fear and your lack of consciousness is what you're in fear of. That's it. And that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? And me and the personnel here at Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience. If we disagree, we're going to disagree agreeably. You know what I'm saying? But we're not going to be venomous toward each other and all that. Why? Because we got too much invested in this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We be shooting our own damn selves in the foot, you know. But if you want to come up here and share knowledge and what have you, because I'm not the most brilliant motherfucker that there is, and I got books galore right here. I feel like I'm getting ready to have to go back to college. Right. You know, yeah, you know, dealing with Brother Paris right here.
One DC chicks passed away.
Oh, what's crack? One of the Dixie chicks who passed away like a month or two ago. Bye-bye, cracker.
Exactly. I'll cry when they cry when we bury Malcolm X. Like
Yeah, I know that's right. You know what I'm saying? There, yeah. I think I did read that.
White Man's World. What was that song he had on Don Illuminati? 7 Day Theory. Yeah, I think it was a White Man's Burden.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was that movie with Harry Belafonte and John Travolta.
It was a movie too, but Tupac Machiavelli had a song called White Man's World.
Oh, okay. And may Tupac rest in power. May his mother, Finney, rest in power.
Yeah, her social return was just a few days ago.
Okay. And then they were saying that another one of them actors, man, is on his way out too. You know?
Yeah,
and whatnot.
Yep, that's right, Jay. All right, so is that it for your closing, Shabaka?
Yes, sir. That's it, man. I'm so damn tired, man. Yeah, and we've been here 4.5 hours.
Okay. All right, well, appreciate you, everybody that tapped in tonight. Shout out to Jay Militant. Make sure y'all subscribe to What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant.
All right, and be sure to like and subscribe to the Frontline Black News, and also to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and on our podcast, Shabaka's, and the RVA, and the Revolutionary Agenda as well too. Then also too, ladies and gentlemen, you know, when we do Shabaka's Black Experience, Shabaka, I'm going to do a Khalid live later. Come through. Okay, what time, Jay Militant? Yeah.
I think he's still working on the time, but it's going to be in your time zone.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Got to see Dr. Khalid, because Dr. Khalid made that brother rest in power. And I really did appreciate how Dr. Khalid told white America about their stinking asses. I appreciated the way, and I appreciated the way that Malcolm X told white America about itself. I appreciated the way what the Black Panthers did, you see. Appreciated what Kwame Ture did. Appreciate the songs of Miriam Makeba. You see what I mean? And
probably he would have been 79.
Yeah. And Muhammad Ali, and Dr. King, let me see, Dr. King would have been 95 because his birthday.
95,
yeah. And then also too.
1921, right?
Who, Dr. King? No, sir. He was born in 1929.
Oh, okay. At the end of start of the Great Depression.
Yes, sir. I mean, months before the Great Depression, because I think the stock market crashed in October of 1929, and Dr. King was born January 1929.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because, you know, Dr. King and Malcolm X, they both died at the age of 39. Neither man saw his 40th birthday. Yeah. And that's the interesting legacy of our history as a people. But I appreciate what Mr. Scott said right here, Mr. Philip Scott said right here. But what it is, Black family, throughout the whole fucking diaspora and throughout the whole world, we are all the fuck we got, because it sure as shit stinks with this Ukrainian and U.S. and hiding Biden shit. Them crackers gonna be sticking together. You see what I'm saying? And they gonna be coming to us. You know, they're Steves and Uncle Ben's and who's these other ass scratching Negroes, the Candace Owens types, you know what I mean, and whatnot. And then that's when they go. Yeah, yes, sir. And Roly Poly, yes, sir. I stand corrected. And Roly Poly. And the Jeff Farts, yes, sir. And they're gonna find out, you know, well, them two brothers, Che and Shabaka, yeah, they was right, you know. And we check.
I played earlier with the black people that said they supported Trump now.
Oh yeah.
The brother
at
the beginning when he was like, "Oh, this is what y'all voted for."
Yeah, exactly. And the only thing I can say is the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. I'd much rather deal with that motherfucker there than Biden, is for the simple fact is, man, with the dump, you know what you're dealing with. You know he ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? And as far as Fannie Lou Willis, you know, fucking her old man and all that, that's their business shit. That's hard ass work they do, and particularly dealing with a crazy motherfucker like Trump. So shit, maybe them two black people turn to each other, you know, to rest up and rejuvenate each other. I mean, how the fuck you gonna hold it against this black woman for having a love affair? Well, at least Trump, she ain't went there to some raggedy like Stormy Daniels, where your raggedy ass had to pay that heifer, what was it, $250,000? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, $500,000 or some shit like that. Trump, you's crazy. But the thing about you, Dump, is that you stating of how you feel and how white America feels, man. I don't have a problem with it, man. But I don't sing "We shall overcome." No, I don't sing "Yes, boss, hey, Mr. Benny." No, man, we don't get down like that there, Dump. And you, the panties, you're sick as hell too. You know what I'm saying? And then when them hurricanes come through the panties, I hope they tear all the clothes off your ass, showing your pink panties that you wear.
That fell on his house.
Oh yeah, like the tree fell down on your house. Yeah, and what have you? Because you all did some vicious shit to our people down there in the great state of Florida. When I was down in that motherfucker, man, you know, when I go to sleep, man, them spirits would speak to me. I would hear the crying, the moaning, the little black babies being thrown, alligators and all kind of shit down there, man. I could not wait to get up out that goddamn state, you know? And then when I went through places like Georgia, Louisiana,
Alabama,
yeah, Mississippi, Alabama, man, and Billie Holiday going through my mind. Southern trees bear strange fruit. So therefore, for all you people out there that know me over the years and say, Shabaka, you ain't never been south. Well, motherfuckers, I've been down south. I don't dig it. I'm an old ass bastard. I'm on my way out right now, and I'm gonna be out here in this fucking desert. And white folk, when you come here next summer, please leave your sunscreens at home, okay? And you have to give us some first aid remedies for it, because we ain't gonna leave you out there in that damn desert. I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. But one thing I know about you whiteys, you motherfuckers are damn sure leave me out there in your blizzard in Iowa, wouldn't you now? You damn sure leave me out there in 50 degrees below zero up there in the Dakotas and Montana. And that's why I appreciate old Stagecoach Mary doing her thing up there. You know, she delivered the mail. And Stagecoach Mary, when she got that joy juice in her, and you went off into a restaurant and didn't behave yourself, Stagecoach Mary had no problem whooping your motherfucking ass. That's real talk. And may that sister rest in power. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and she referred to them 6 guns on her as her lemon squeezes and kept that damn street sweeper with her delivering that mail. Yeah, she sure did. I traveled over the land. I saw it, and Montana is spectacular, but it is so isolated out there. And you do not want to be having stranded out on the side of the road in that motherfucker, and that's for damn sure.
No, Montana.
Yes, sir.
Hell no.
Hell no. And then one little city, I go through there, you still had motherfuckers riding on horseback and in little buggies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying I forgot what the fuck I was in, but I know when it got sundown, oh yeah, I was getting the fuck up out of there real quick. Gasoline tank on full. You feel me, Jay Militant? You know what I'm saying?
And I got the fuck up out of there real quickly. You know what I mean? And then, folks, I remember one time I had to drive, man, in the middle of the fucking,
below up here right now.
Yeah, 50 degrees below zero. And I remember one time, man, where I had to drive from the great state of Texas, okay, and I think it was El Paso, all the way up there to Salt Lake, not Salt Lake City, but some city in southern Utah I had to drive to. And I'm going on these back-ass country roads, and I'm the only motherfucker out there. And then I saw these red lights flashing behind me for about 3 miles, and I'm damn near pissed on myself.
St. George.
Huh?
It was either St. George or Cedar City you had to go to.
Yeah. That's what it was, Brother Che. Yeah, St. George, man. And I had to take them backward ass highways and shit like that, man. And it was just starting to snow and whatnot, man. And I'm out there on that damn highway, man, by myself. Now get a load of this here, people, to really add insult to injury. The speed limit was only 50 miles an hour. And I kept that motherfucker at 49. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. So is that your closing, Shabaka?
Yep, that's my closing, Brother Che. Okay. And I should see all you good folks tomorrow, and hope everybody is well and stay warm. And then I know Jay Militant, I know the Bay Area is cold too, man, because you're getting ready to get that rain coming through. Yeah, coming out to PMW, okay, and I think San Francisco will probably get down to probably about the same temperature here in Las Vegas. We're at 40 degrees now, you guys. You know what I'm saying? So we're 8 degrees above the freezing temperature of water, okay?
And we are 37 degrees below the water temperature.
You all are 30. Wait a minute, Brother Che, it's 37 below?
No, 32 degrees is the freezing temperature. It's 9 below right now. And
okay. Right. Okay. I was about to say, man, what happened, man? Y'all moved to the North Pole, man, getting that cold? So you did say that there was a vortex coming through, right?
Yeah, polar vortex.
Ooh, shit.
It means the cold from the North Pole is coming all the way down to the continental United States.
Right. Okay. So most definitely we wish all our well wishes out there in Buffalo and Cleveland and what have you, and Chicago and Detroit. Wish you all the best. Gonna definitely be praying. Huh?
It's 5 below in Chi-Town right now.
Ooh, shit.
It's 15 in Des Moines, Iowa.
Okay.
Well, just outside of Omaha. It's 20 below in parts of Nebraska. It's 20, 30 below in parts of the Dakotas. It's 30 below in Montana. So, yeah, it's very cold. So, stay warm, brother.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, most definitely.
Especially
okay, lady. Yeah.
East of Sierra Nevada.
Okay. Yeah, up in the north. Okay. All right. So that there's up there by Reno and Placerville and all that, up there by Hangtown. That's another thing they used to call Placerville. They used to call it Hangtown. And I showed you that historical landmark they had up there, Brother Che, that motherfucker hanging up there by the window. Yeah, Jay Militant know about that. Now, I know you know about that, Jay Militant, because I'm sure in your travels, man, up through there, yeah, you've been up there, and what have you.
I'm going to close this out. So thank y'all for tuning in to Frontline Black News Season 3, Episode 42, Part 1 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be back later on today for Part 2.
All right.
Stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and X, formerly Twitter. And also subscribe to What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. So Keep waiting.
Absolutely.
Thoughts and prayers.
Absolutely.
We will see
Absolutely.
y'all later. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and Black empowerment.
Indeed, indeed.
Being the grand risings from the Mile High Income City.
All right. Okay. All right. Good night here from Sin City, y'all. Everybody stay warm, stay safe.
Yes,
I'm out. All right. Always. Okay.